powerful, non-violent tool they have, according to John Lewis, to decide their fate for the next 4 years. Good morning and welcome to TVC's comprehensive coverage of the 2024 Edo State Governorship election. I am Veronica Dan Ikoya, and joining me on set this morning is Benga Oreshegun.
Yes, good morning to you, Veronica. It's so good to be here this morning.
Absolutely. Yes. To keep tabs with developments coming out of Edo State.
Exactly.
It has been tagged a keenly contested election, but that remains to be seen as events unfold later on.
And that's why we're here, to make sure that as the media, we beam our searchlight on every nook and cranny of Edo State and watch Edo State people decide their fate for the next 4 years.
Absolutely. Now, we'll be bringing you live updates, expert analysis, and on-the-ground reports from our team of correspondents strategically positioned across the state's 18 local government areas. Now, today's election will be a keenly contested one, with 18 candidates jostling to take over the highly coveted governorship seat. Let's hear what active players in the Edo State election have to say.
We have done trainings to equip our staff, adult staff. We have done training for electoral officers. We have done training for an engagement for the people with disability, so that nobody will be left alone. We want to conduct all-inclusive election. We've had meetings with the security agencies, and they promise us that they will be professional in their duty. On our part, we have also received material from the central bank, sensitive material. Before we did that, we invited all the political parties, and the assurance we are giving you is that their vote we can't, because our duty here is to implement the vision and the mandate of the Commission. That is to conduct election that is free, fair, credible, and all-inclusive election. Their vote we surely count, I can assure you. Well, I'm not sure that we'll be a voter apathy, because Edo people are politically active. They know their rights and they know what to do. On our part, we have been so transparent in the system, right from the continuous voters registration. INEC has been transparent, and the people of Edo State came out en masse to register for the exercise. So there is not pessimistic at all that they will not come. I'm positive that they will come, because the Edo people are educated and enlightened.
The police has taken the bull by the horn to make sure we carry out threat analysis in Edo State, and this forms the basis for our deployment to various places to make sure we have a very good and perfect electoral process in Edo State. Our deployment is to take care of so many things. One, to escort and guide electoral materials, to protect the INEC officials, accredited observers, both international and domestic observers, to protect all critical facilities, polling units, including, and of course, collation centers. Our deployment, again, is to take care of so many areas, considering the location of Edo State, bordering about three states, including the riverine areas and the waterways. We have done deployment to take care of certain areas based on our threat analysis, where we have noticed that we may likely have some political issues. We have good, appreciable number of deployment done in these areas. So definitely, our intelligence has shown us so many things, which of course I'm not expected to be willing to have some of those things on here now. So the president, as the father of the nation, has made it clear that we want peace in Edo State. And like the IGP said, that the police as an agency, the responsible institution that has been empowered by the electoral heart to carry out certain obligations and responsibilities. This we will carry out with utmost sense of excellence, professionalism, and impartiality. So whatever federal government is bringing in is to support the system, to support the process, to make sure we have free, fair, and credible elections in Edo State.
The police PRO Olumuyiwa Adejobi is speaking there on the level of preparedness of security officials to ensure a smooth process and that the people can come out there. And earlier on, we saw the Edo State INEC REC, that's the Resident Electoral Commissioner, Anubum Onoha, also speaking with regards to the level of preparedness of INEC and also the electorates to turn out to cast their ballot this morning.
True, that is the kind of assurance we need. Okay, you know, there's been all sort of back and forth. Oh, he's a cousin to someone and all, but he has come out to assure that, listen, I'm here to do my job. And that if anybody tries to maybe influence me whatsoever, I can as well resign. But the point here is this, is there to do his job, and Nigerians and also the people of Edo State, they wait and see what will come out of this.
We have our senior correspondent, Uche Okoro, standing by in Benin State to speak with us this morning to tell us the situation of things, the level of preparedness. Uche, good morning. It's good to see you and that you are up and about right now in Benin City. I can see a few cars moving right behind you. Talk to us what the mood is ahead of the election today.
It is election day here in Edo State. The time has come for the people of Edo State to go to the polls to elect a new governor who is expected to pilot the affairs of the state for another 4 years. Now, hitting the streets this morning, my observation is that the people are yet to fully comply with the curfew that was imposed by the Inspector General of Police. You know, there's supposed to be or rather the police has imposed a 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. curfew here in Edo State, across Edo State. But hitting the streets this morning, I believe people are trying to get to their destinations. I cannot say that there is 100% compliance to the curfew imposed by the police as at this time. Perhaps the security agencies are still yet to fully come out to enforce this curfew. But right now, there is still vehicular movement in the city. People are still moving around, trying to get to, perhaps, I want to believe, trying to get to the various polling units where they will be casting their votes. The atmosphere in Benin is very calm. I'm in Oredo local government area, which has the second highest number of registered voters in Edo State. So we expect a lot of activity. We expect a high turnout.
All right, we'll definitely get back to Uche Okoro from our updates. But some of the things that he rightly mentioned, he said that the atmosphere is calm, although there are movements here and there that he doesn't think that there is about 100% compliance to the curfew in place by the police. But also it might be that some of these persons are moving to the various destinations to cast their ballot. So the polling unit. So that could also be the reason why we are seeing some level of movement here and there.
True. INEC has said that they've crossed their T's, dotted their I's, but the point is, how assuring is this? But another issue is the security agencies. Okay, according to the police, 35,000 of them, 8,000 of other security agents, and an additional from the Nigerian army as well. But some have said that maybe it's too militarized, but we want to save
Let's even hear from Uche what the situation of things with regards to the security is. If the people also feel that these people are too much and that the election is being militarized, as it is being said. Uche, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Right. Now, the question of the presence of heavy security, what are you seeing this morning, and how are the people feeling about the presence of the security operatives?
Well, I wouldn't. I have seen. Would I use the word worse? I've seen worse, if that's the word, but not worse as in a bad thing. But I've seen worse in terms of a higher number of security personnel being deployed for elections in other states. So this is not the heaviest deployment that I've seen on ground. I'm talking about places like Bayelsa, Anambra, Rivers, and Co. But as at this time, you would see a lot more presence of security personnel. But today, from where I was to where I am right now, we encountered just one security check. All right, and those were a combination of soldiers and the Nigerian police. And this is a departure from my experience covering elections over the years and in different states. So I don't think the people of Edo State will be worried about the massive deployment. But this is not to say that deployment hasn't been sufficiently done. It is not in my place to say that deployment hasn't been sufficiently done in Edo State because the police have said they've deployed. I'm very much aware that police officers were sent down to Edo State from neighboring states, Rivers in particular. I personally saw them lined up and waiting to hit the road at the Rivers State Police Command headquarters in Port Harcourt a few days ago. So I believe the police has done its job. But as at this time, I'm talking based on my observation over my stay in Edo State and my observation this morning. I wouldn't say that this election is militarized, right? I'd rather say that I believe that the police has everything covered. All right, I don't think as at this time the residents of Edo State have anything to worry about as per being over-policed. Because for me, from my experience in other states, as at this time you'll be hearing sirens, you'll see a lot of military patrols. As at this time, you will see a lot of police patrols by this time. But I haven't seen that this morning. Maybe as the clock ticks, they would come out to enforce. As I said earlier, the curfew, the compliance to the curfew, as at this time, the areas that are parts of Benin City that have been around, the compliance to the curfew so far has been pretty low. I'm actually wondering why it is not normal. I mean, I'm not saying that we expect the issues to be 100% completely scant, 100% scanty, but I must say that from my assessment, comparatively speaking, the curfew, compliance to the curfew so far has been low. Maybe as we get closer to 8 a.m. Enforcement would be stepped up as residents approach their polling units to begin to cast their votes. For now, as you can see behind me, there is still vehicular movement. You can see there are still pedestrians and motorists moving around the city. So as at this time, there is no sense of this election being militarized in Edo State.
Now, you said, let's talk about INEC a little bit. INEC said that they've crossed their T's, they've dotted their I's. In your opinion, how assuring is this?
Well, in my opinion, from my experience covering elections, I would say I don't expect them to say anything less, right? I don't expect them to say anything less or more than they have said. But one thing that I'll be looking out to see is if voting, simultaneous voting and accreditation would start at 8 a.m. or at most 8:30 a.m. I want to see how early it would start. From my experience, I have covered a lot of elections and I have never covered any that has commenced at 8 a.m. or 8:30 a.m. So maybe, just maybe this would be the first. But I say that because, those were some of the assurances that INEC once again gave that they would ensure early arrival of their officials and materials, sensitive and non-sensitive, to the polling units. Now, yesterday, when we had the Resident Electoral Commissioner live on air, he mentioned that their expectation is that by 8:30 a.m., this simultaneous voting accreditation would commence. So I am hoping to, that's actually one thing I'll be looking out for, to see if perhaps this would be the first election that I'll be covering that would actually commence at 8 or 8:30 a.m. Knowing fully well that the terrain here, occasioned by the not so convenient roads in Edo State, might pose a challenge to that. And you have about 9 riverine local government areas. So these are some of the issues that might hinder or slow INEC down from achieving its early start target. Generally, the commission has said they are prepared. I was at their headquarters yesterday. Most of the resident electoral commissioner wasn't there. The many of their heads of department were not on ground at the command, I beg your pardon, at the INEC state headquarters. Many of them were out in the field, monitoring and making last-minute preparations, ensuring that things were going well. Security agencies were giving adequate security to that location, which I believe will be the collation center later in the day. So generally, the commission has said they are ready. I believe that the true assessment or test of their preparedness would by my clock, in about 1 hour's time, we'll be able to tell we'll begin to we'll know if we are finally seeing early signs of good performance from the commission.
All right, looking at the rains are here. Let's talk about the weather. How's the weather this morning? There's signs that there'll be rain showers later in the day, or is it so beautiful this morning?
It's a very cool, calm, lovely weather, but you know that we are prepared for the downpour. In our vehicles, we have our umbrellas, we have our raincoats, and of course, we wore shoes that would be weather compliant if it begins to rain. Of course, you know that given the yesterday I mentioned that the civil society situation room yesterday at their maiden briefing on the Edo State election described the weather as an unpredictable variable, and that's true. The weather is really clear right now. It's not sunny, it's not wet, it's just lovely weather. If it stays like this, I would be very happy. Everyone would be very happy. This is the perfect weather for the Edo State governorship election. But you know, the weather is very unpredictable. In the next minute, it could begin to rain. It's been raining that way since we got here. So everyone is prepared for the rain, I must say. Yesterday, one of the concern that has been raised across board, speaking about observers, civil society, and even the political parties themselves, they are hoping that INEC has made arrangements for the rain. They do not want a situation where if the rain begins to pour, there will be situations where election will have to be suspended. So that's what they are saying, that if the rain begins to pour, what plans has INEC made to ensure that voting continues? You know, what plans have INEC made to shelter voters, to shelter its staff, and all of that? So INEC has said they are ready. So these are some of the things we'll also be looking out for when we go out into the field. It's a clear weather right now, but trust me, what we're experiencing right now, it's no guarantee that this is how the day is going to continue, or it's no guarantee about how the day is going to end. The rain could just begin to pour at any time. So we hope that when it does, or if it does, it would in no way hamper the smooth conduct of the election.
And some of the electorate might just want to sit back home and relax and enjoy the weather as it is. But there are other concerns, and I wonder how that is playing out this morning from what you are seeing across Benin. There are talks about the high cost of fuel, some saying that that could be a major concern for them coming out for the election. There are others who are saying the situation of the economy is also a major concern. What are the feelers you're getting with regards to these issues?
Well, absolutely. The cost of fuel would pose a challenge because, you know, cost of transportation has almost doubled, has tripled in some places. Yesterday night, we bought fuel for 1,000.
In Boston, Massachusetts, on March 21st, 2013, after a brief illness. He is credited with changing the face of world literature by presenting the effects of European colonization from the point of view of Africans. He specifically wrote in English, a choice that received some criticism, but his intent was to speak to the whole world about the real problems that the influence of Western missionaries and colonialists created in Africa. His life was an inspiration and sentimental to Western culture, promoting customs and values about traditional African society.
Muhammad Ali was born and raised in Louisville, Kentucky on January 17, 1942. His birth name was Cassius Marcellus Clay Jr. He began training as an amateur boxer at age 12, and at 18 he won a gold medal in the light heavyweight division at the 1960 Summer Olympics and turned professional later that year. In his early years as a professional, Clay was more highly regarded for his charm and personality than for his ring skills. He sought to raise public interest in his fights by reading childlike poetry and spouting self-descriptive phrases like float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. On February 25, 1964, at age 22, he pulled off a major upset, defeating Sonny Liston to win the World Heavyweight Championship. That same year, he shocked the boxing establishment again by denouncing his birth name as a slave name and formally took the name Muhammad Ali, which was given to him by his spiritual mentor Elijah Muhammad, leader of the Nation of Islam. For the next 3 years, Ali dominated the boxing arena. Then, on April 28, 1967, citing his religious beliefs, Ali refused induction into the U.S. Army at the height of the Vietnam War. Ali was stripped off his championship and precluded from fighting by every state athletic commission in the United States for 3.5 years. Ali's message of black pride and black resistance to white domination was on the cutting edge of the civil rights movement. In October 1970, Ali was allowed to return to boxing, but his skills had eroded. On March 8, 1971, he challenged Joe Frazier, who had become heavyweight champion during Ali's absence from the ring. It was a fight of historic proportions, billed as the fight of the century. Frazier won a unanimous 15-round decision. Following his loss to Frazier, Ali won 10 fights in a row, 8 of them against world-class opponents. After defeating Norton in a rematch, he fought Joe Frazier a second time and won a unanimous 12-round decision. Ali was the first fighter to win the World Heavyweight Championship on 3 separate occasions. He successfully defended his title 19 times. His place in boxing history as one of the greatest fighters ever is secure. His final record of 56 wins and 5 losses with 37 knockouts has been matched by others, but the quality of his opponent and the manner in which he dominated during his prime placed him on a plateau with boxing's immortals. Outside boxing, Ali attained success as a spoken word artist, releasing 2 studio albums, I Am the Greatest 1963 and The Adventures of Ali and His Gang vs. Mr. Tooth Decay 1976. Both albums received Grammy Award nominations. He also featured as an actor and writer, releasing 2 autobiographies. Muhammad Ali retired from boxing in 1981 and focused on his religion, philanthropy, and activism. In 1984, he made public his diagnosis of Parkinson's syndrome, which some reports attributed to boxing-related injuries, though he and his specialist physicians disputed this. He remained an active public figure globally, but in his later years made fewer public appearances as his condition worsened and he was cared for by his family. Ali was chosen to light the Olympic flame at the start of the 1996 Olympic Games in Atlanta, Georgia. He died on June 3, 2016.
Every second around the world, someone somewhere either needs blood or someone is being transfused. And nature has made it possible that the only thing that all humans have in common, irrespective of race, is blood. This means humans are dependent on one another. There are situations where one will need blood for surgery, or one's body, we were told, could also stop producing enough healthy blood for transfusion to be carried out without complications. Cross-match is performed before administration between the receiver and potential donor's blood. Though there are 45 blood group systems, 4 are most common blood groups, but our focus is on rhesus null, also known as the golden blood. In the course of doing this report, I'm going to ask Nigerians if they know their blood group and also if they've ever heard about the golden blood.
I am AA and O positive.
AA, yes, is my blood group.
Mine is O positive.
A positive. And I've not done a test for my blood group.
Golden blood? No.
At all?
No.
Since he said that about 50 people are said to have the golden blood in the whole world, who knows, you could have 1 or 2 of those in Nigeria. We'll be heading straight to the Lagos State Blood Transfusion Center at Bagada to find out more information about the golden blood. On getting to Bagada General Hospital, we met the Executive Secretary, Lagos State Blood Transfusion Committee. She breaks down all we needed to know, starting with why it's called the golden blood.
A person with rhesus null does not have any of the 49 antigens. They need to be strictly managed. Some of the treatment is for them to do an operation to remove that part of our body that helps us to destroy cells. So the spleen, which is at the left side of the body, sometimes I just have to remove them.
Obvious, there is a reason why golden blood is special.
There's a study that says they are like 1 in 6 million, another said 1 in 10 million. I even saw 1 in 60 million. But the most important thing is that, as at now, we have less than 50 of them in the whole world, of which only 9 of them can donate blood. Because you can't find them anywhere, anyhow. They put them in the rare blood donors register so that when anybody needs such blood, they are called upon to give them blood. Those people with golden blood are unable to have that flexible cells. So the shape of the cells are different, and they are also very, very firm. The cells break easily, and they have a condition called hereditary stomatocytosis. So such people can present with yellow eyes sometimes. They can present with anemia. Their blood is never adequate. And such people might need to depend on blood. However, these same people cannot receive blood from anybody except people like themselves. And there are very few. So if somebody needs blood, if there is a rhesus null in Nigeria, for example, you might have to call Australia for somebody that has that to give us blood. So you see why they're actually called people with the golden blood.
Who are those most likely to be born with this rare type of blood?
Some people, for one reason or the other, their genetic component just malfunctions. You notice that all these less than 50 people, they were offshoots from consanguineous marriages. So people that maybe married their brothers or their cousins, they notice that all of them were offshoots of consanguineous marriages. It could also be that the 2 parents could have given that child that recessive gene.
She admits that more research has to be done on the golden blood in the country, especially for the sake of pediatricians. But is it possible we could have 1 or more people with this blood type in Nigeria, and what could be their fate?
So many healthcare professionals are ignorant about it. So could it be for that reason we have not even checked or investigated for it, especially for our pediatricians? Because once the child comes, you know the child is is having that hemolysis, as in the body is destroying the cells on its own from birth. We could just, if our pediatricians have a high index of suspicion for it, then we might just be able to know. And even in this way, even though we do not have so much capacity to check for the genetic, the genetic abnormality, we can still screen them by having something called the screening cells. Because most of them would die.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
All right, thank you for staying with us. We do apologize for the breaking transmission due to a technical glitch earlier on, but we're back now to continue our comprehensive coverage of the governorship election in Edo State. I still have my colleague here in the studio, Gbenga Oreshegun. We are together this morning to look at developments coming out of Edo State. Earlier on, we spoke with Uche, who talked about the fact that there is not 100% compliance with the curfew put in place because he saw a number of persons still moving around, and even there was vehicular movement, although he said that could be as a result of people trying to find their way to their polling units. And he also talked about the weather, that he's hoping that the weather is going to be like that till the end of the day, and let's just wait and see. But the issue about security, he also talked about security as well. And he said the people don't really feel as if maybe there's too much military or security personnel there, but we wait and see. We wait and see. INEC has said that they've crossed their T's and dotted their I's. Absolutely. Just to give you a background of this election, we know that there are over 2.2 million people registered, that's registered voters, equipped with their PVCs who will determine the fate of the 18 candidates vying for the top seat in the 192 wards spread across 3 senatorial districts. Now let's break it down to the demographics for you. 52.11% of voters are male, while 47.89% are female. Notably, 37.4% of voters are youth between 18 to 35 years, and middle-aged individuals 36 to 49 years account for 35%. Now, students and persons with disabilities make up significant portions of the electorate, with 868,764 and 4,199 individuals, respectively. Now, prior to this day, the state recorded a 15% increase in the number of registered voters since the last governorship election in 2020, bringing the total figure to more than 2.6 million. However, only 85% of these voters, that's over 2.2 million individuals, have collected their PVCs and are eligible to vote. Our attention will focus on Edo South, where 55.76% of these eligible voters reside. Edo North and Central follow with 27.98% and 16.27% of PVC collectors, respectively. We are focusing on 12 key local government areas where parties are fiercely contesting to secure the numbers. We have Ikpoba-Awka, Oredo, Ego, Esako West, Ovia Northeast. Other key local government areas include Akoko Edo, Oriomo, Ovia Southwest, Esan West, Owan East, Esako East, Esan Northeast. Now, these local government areas are crucial to the election as political parties battle to win over voters. Interesting, I must say. Especially the demographics and the fact that it is going to be a battle to win the hearts of these persons. We know that the political climate change with the entrance of a third force, as some have called it. Initially, it was just 2 major parties. Now we have 3 that are jostling for these voters. But we have Sarah Ayeku, a senior correspondent, standing by in Auchi to bring us up to speed with what is happening, okay? We'll definitely get back to Sarah to get more updates from Auchi. But then we have Charles Idaho here in the studio to talk to us. He is a public affairs analyst as well as a journalist who have been following developments in Edo State. He's also from Edo State. He will be talking to us more on, the battleground, local government areas, and all of the intrigues that we have been seeing. Charles, good morning.
Thank you, and glad to be here again.
Right.
I'm not in Edo this year. This is about the first time in many moons that I would not be home to monitor elections in Edo State. I'm here in Lagos. Thankfully, I'm also here, part of the election, even though I had to do that in the studio. I'm on the ground, exactly. Thank you.
Interesting. Yeah. We are also going to have via Zoom an election observer. God bless Otobore. God bless. Are you there? Good morning. Right, we'll get back to God bless as soon as we have him. But Charles, you heard our correspondent Uche Okoro speaking with us about the level of compliance to the curfew and how people are still moving around about their normal duties. I mean, like today is not necessarily an election, but he also gave that the fact that it might be that these persons are trying to find their way to the location for their polling units to know how they can vote and where they can vote if INEC is ready for them, as we are counting down to when INEC will begin the process in earnest. But from your perspective, talk to us about Edo people and how they handle elections of this nature.
First, Edo people, they are very politically matured, and of course, apart from Lagos State, where you have people, highly educated people. I think Edo, don't forget Edo used to be Bende. You remember? Or Bende of those days, both in sports, both in education and all that. So, and you also see the influence of the diaspora in this election. Those people who are in the diaspora, particularly because I'm part of a couple of groups that have been raising support for everybody, not just any of the candidates, to ensure that things are properly done. Because what they said is that they want to see a situation whereby things will work better back home, because so that the people back home will be less dependent on them. So every time send money. But if you have the processes of governance, and then being properly taken care of, and then you install good government, then people can become financially less dependent on them. Exactly. So that's why you see that the influence of those in the diaspora is very high in this election. That also, particularly, I can say that also accounted. I can say that is part of the factors responsible for this high level of enrollment of application, and because you even see that even people, I have a couple of friends, not even a couple, more than a couple of friends, who have transferred their voting to Edo State.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Let's quickly put a hold on your thoughts as we cross over to Sarah Yeku, who is standing by in Auchi to bring us up to speed with the situation of things this morning as we count down to the process to begin in earnest. Sarah, talk to us what the mood is like in Auchi. How are the people responding to the fact that there is an election this morning? Are they out and about, or they are still in their bed?
It's a beautiful morning, pretty light showers already, just like we experienced earlier today. So it's starting to rain again. And of course, people have said that this might slow down the electoral process. We're waiting to see how that happens, because already from Auchi Polytechnic down to Otaru Junction and some other streets that we've been to, we saw that the residents, that's the electorate, are already setting up canopies for themselves in case of rain. And so we see them setting up canopies, putting out chairs, getting ready for INEC ad hoc staff to arrive the various polling units. And in this local government, Esako West, we're hoping to see 322 polling units across the local government. And this is one of the local governments that will be a decider. That's particularly in the northern part of Edo State. And what we've seen so far is that I'm just, not too far from the divisional headquarters. That's the police headquarters here in the local government. And we see that some police officers are still within the area, are trying to deploy themselves to nearby polling units. Already they've deployed a number to some of the polling units that are farther off from this position. And we've seen also that the major highway, which is the connection between Edo State and Kogi State, has been blocked. It's been cordoned off by security operatives, particularly men from the Nigerian army. And this morning, before you get an access to this area, that's the main town, you have to show your identification card. You have to be accredited. They have to know that, they have to be sure that those who are moving around the city are accredited staff, of accredited journalists, accredited essential persons on duty. And so that's what we've seen so far this morning. Last night, it was a bit chaotic at the INEC office, a few meters away from here. It was a struggle getting logistics into play, particularly the vehicles, the ad hoc staff. Veronica, you need to see the way they were packed in Siennas. They were really packed in Siennas, which shows that there were not a lot of vehicles for the INEC ad hoc staff to move to their positions. The INEC ad hoc staff and, of course, the police officers, there were not a lot of vehicles to move them comfortably to their locations.
Right, Sarah, we see that the rains are already pouring down, and that's why you're holding an umbrella. But talk to us about the presence of security operatives. From the video that we saw earlier on, we saw some police officials walking down the street. Talk to us about the presence of security.
Very interesting thing, I saw this morning while we were driving around town was in a particular vehicle where police officers were a particular truck. They were singing to themselves, which shows that the morale is high. And that shows you how ready, in this local government, we had asked the AC, and he had said that for this local government, to the 5 divisions, they will be deploying about 1,000 police officers. That's aside the sister agencies that will be working with the police officers. Already we've seen Nigerian Army stationed at different positions. We've also seen patrols across streets, divisions in this local government. And, from all the assurances we've gotten from the police in the past days, that they've said that in the states, for this election, they've deployed 35,000 police officers. Here, we've seen some of those police officers being deployed to some of the polling units. Hopefully, it's still early to call it a calm election. It's still pretty early because the sun is rising out a bit, so we're trying to take out this umbrella a bit to see if we can get a bit of sunshine to today. And so we've seen that the security operatives have moved to some of their locations. And hopefully that number that the police have deployed from the IGP, that number will translate into a free, fair, and credible election. In this election now, the police is trying to prove a point. INEC officials are trying to prove a point because, there have been controversies leading to this election day. And so everyone is trying to prove a point, the police, the electorate, and even the INEC officials. They're trying to prove a point, not just like Yaga had said, resilience, integrity, and all of these units, which are central to this election, are ensuring. Of course, we've seen them mobilize themselves to the various polling units just to ensure that today, election day, the 2.2 million voters who have collected their PVCs can elect a governor that suits them.
All right, Sarah, you talked about the security agents are trying to prove a point. INEC is also trying to prove a point. But how about the people? Are they also trying to prove a point that, hey, we are not going to, there won't be voter apathy, they will come out and vote? What's the mood like? It's past 8 o'clock right now. I think the people should have started coming out.
So that's the resilience test, that Iaga had attributed to. We're hoping that the people come out this morning to elect a governor of their choice. Yesterday when I was at the market, that's on Friday, when I was in the market just to understand what the expectations of the people were from the governor, the next governor particularly, they had said that some of them had been pessimistic, even when you try to encourage them that, like, if you don't come out to vote, the numbers are supposed to speak. If you don't come out to vote, then what happens in the next 4 years? You don't have the authority, or you don't have you can't question those in authority if you do not vote them in. And so they just said that they won't come out to vote. Some had cited fuel scarcity, some had cited high cost of living, and they gave various instances from the price of a bag of rice to the price of fuel. Shegun, here fuel is sold 1,350 naira. So that gives you a sense of how much it costs just to move around town. And even feeding food items, there's a surge in cost of food items. And it's, of course, having an impact on the people. So they had said that this, and I'm thinking it might induce voter apathy, but we're hoping that the political parties would still go round houses to mobilize their supporters, to mobilize people to come out and vote, because if they don't come out to vote, the numbers will be little. Even though we've seen that in the previous elections, we're hoping that all of the sensitization, all of the awareness campaign, all of the political campaigns will translate into something more encouraging today.
Now, having said all of that, you also talked about the hike in the price of fuel and the economic situation. Let's talk vote buying. From the kind of people you've actually had interactions with, are they saying that they're going to sell their votes, or they're saying that they won't sell their votes, they will vote their conscience? What are your thoughts on that?
For those who had said they were going to come out to vote, we had very enthusiastic persons, very optimistic persons who, like, their political awareness is. They were politically aware of how important this election is, and for them, it's not about vote buying. They are sure of the candidate of their choice, particularly in Edo North, where you have political weights, where you have people of influence, politicians who are of influence, who have, over the years, been at the seat of power and are still in the seat of power, and they've been able to influence the people at the grassroots. And that's one of the things that's going to play out in this election. How important is grassroots politics? How important is the thought force? How important is opposition party, to a democratic system of government? And so what we're seeing so far is that people are enthusiastic. For those who want to come out and vote, it's not about vote buying now. They want to come out and let their voices be heard in the various polling units. And that's what we're hoping to see today. Hopefully the police will be, of course, on their A game, which is another test for them, is the impartiality test. There have been questions about the federal might having an influence on how the police would go about their duties today. And the police, of course, have given assurances and different fora about how important, where they stand, which is on that impartiality stand. And they have also assured voters that even though they see high numbers of police officers, security operatives in various polling units, they should not be scared. The police is there to protect them. The police is there to protect their votes and not to protect any political candidate. And just like there is a law that says that even the VIPs, the escorts for VIPs will be withdrawn from these VIPs 24 hours before election. So we've seen all of that play out. And so the police, of course, have said that they will ensure that they are impartial for this election, which is the point they want to prove for this election. The impartiality test for the police, the resilience test for the electorate. And for the electorate, they are, something interesting we saw yesterday was that there were some unidentified persons sitting before the INEC office, right? They were just watching. Anybody that comes across that INEC office, they were asking them questions. They were not security operatives. They were asking questions for themselves. And that's what we're going to see in some of those polling units today. People are watching. They're watching and they're waiting to see what INEC ad hoc staff would do. They are watching and waiting to see what the police would do. They're also watching and waiting to see what the party agents and the electorate would do to ensure that there is a governor in Edo State.
Absolutely, Sarah, and that's what democracy is about. The people want to see that their votes count at the end of the day, and so are paying attention as much as possible to the processes. And the assurances given by the security operatives, we hope will infuse some level of confidence, rather, in the electorate for them to turn out. But for those who have said that they are going to turn out for the election, what are the expectations of whoever emerges as the governor-elect?
Oh, they had a lot of expectations. Like, it was like a long list. Some of them could not even, enumerate some of the expectations they have for the next governor. And I feel like the work is cut out for the next governor. Some of the things that top the agenda list for them is good road network. We spent 5 good hours, about 5 hours to get to Isako West. It was torturous. It was agonizing just to see those trucks on very little roads, small roads, trying to maneuver. It was really, I don't know how to describe it, right? So good road network is one of the things they talked about. They even talked about the fact that gully erosion is affecting some parts of Isako West. They are hoping to see the next governor, of course, come to help out with that. Apart from good road network, they also talked about quality education. A particular voter I spoke with yesterday who said he is going to vote. Even in the market, people see him as the politician in the market because he's always going around trying to encourage people to come out to vote. And he said that quality education for him is top-notch. Another thing is soft loans for market women. You know, the economic situation in the country has, you know, it has had a nosedive on people's pockets. And so we're hoping to see that they're hoping to see the next governor give soft loans to market traders, particularly women, because they're also hoping to see some kind of soft loan for farmers, because this is a farming community. They're hoping to see soft loan for farmers and also good roads for farmers. So these are some of the things that top the list, right? And then security. They talked about security, which is very important, and about how it's important that the government finds some kind of youth empowerment programs, strategic youth empowerment programs that can take youths off the streets and off vices.
Interesting, Sarah. We'll definitely keep tabs with you for developments coming out of Auchi because we are inching towards the time as it is right now. Let's get back to the studio. Chelsea Deho to respond or react to some of the things Sarah has said. She talked a lot about the expectation of the electorate, the resilience of the electorate as well, and then the test for security operative as well as INEC itself. Now, how do you situate all of these things amidst the hopes of the people? Because this election has been tagged one of the toughest in the state.
Toughest in, I don't know in what respect people are trying to make that comparison between this and whatever happened in the past. But for me, it might just be an anticlimax, and I have a reason for saying so. Okay. You might witness even a low level of compliance to the people voting today. Go and mark that down.
Why?
Yes, the reason is this. Before now, I mean, I grew up knowing good governance in Bender State those days, because you had General Bemudia, maybe because it was during the military government. My town, for instance, I am from Onwa East. I come from a town called Okbohumi, which is close to Afuze. Saboginda to Afuze, that road or that corridor, I come from there. So we had a government then that decided to tar roads everywhere. So that road that Bemudia put there between Sabongida and Auchi had been standing there since in the 70s, when some of us were toddlers, okay? Now, when you now had a problem between Benin City and Auchi, that road that leads to Kogi and all that, that road was destroyed by heavy-duty vehicles. Now, rather than fix that, you now saw them taking a detour. Now, they now destroyed that road that's a straight road leading from Iruekbe all the way to Auchi. Now, people are saying, why did you fix it? And the government of the day, the excuse is that that road is a federal government road. So they had not, apart from the palliatives that a few politicians were put in place and all that. You heard what Sarah said. Took them how many hours to get from Auchi. Now, I lived in Auchi before as a young boy at that time. If you are watching, you are from Auchi, a place called Warake Road, etc. Now, those days, I mean, when I'm talking about, we could just play, we just drive 504 from Auchi to Benin, play around with our friends over there and go back home in the evening. It was about an hour or something to take you from Auchi to Benin and back. But today, that same road, you apply it for no fewer than about how many hours? So people are already saying that even if they vote for a state government, so a governor of the state, it will do less. I mean, their expectation will even not be high.
But that's supposed to actually make them
no. When the government keeps telling you this is not under my purview, okay, if I now vote in a governor, how is that going to be fixed? You understand? You understand the argument? Yeah. So many of these things that happen is that the state government will always, for instance, you are traveling, you see a signpost saying federal government road. Okay? Federal government road, this is not our road. So, okay, if I vote in a governor, what happens to that road when it is not under your purview? You understand? So that's part of what I said is might cause that apathy today. It will be a surprise thing if the 85% you said their PVC. If you have about 60% voting today, I'll be very surprised and I'll also be happy.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Let's quickly turn to Solomon Ajuziogu, a senior correspondent who is in Edo South, to bring us up to speed on developments there. He joins us via Zoom. Solomon, good morning. Talk to us what the situation of things is like at your location right now.
Good morning, Veronica. It's DJ, and I'm at Ward 5 RAC in Oredo, LGA, here in Benin City. The RAC here is Oliha Primary School in Oredo. The officials, the polling officials are just setting out. Of course, you know that the start of polling will be at 8:30. We had expected that they would have moved out even before 8, but then they started moving out at about 8. Well, that's still in good time to be able to meet up with the start of polling. And the little delay there was caused by first the ad hoc staff insisting that, look, they must get their allowance as agreed before setting out. And then the security agents here were very, very, very strict with adherence to the rules. They insisted that none of the vehicles would also move out except the party agents accompanied them, that there is no situation they would allow just one party person, one party official following one of the vehicles, and that is not transparent enough, and that will affect the integrity as far as they were concerned. And so they insisted that no gate will be opened until the party officials agree on the movement and all of it. And so far, it has been going on smoothly since 8. Inside this place, the Oliha Primary School, Ward 5 in Oredo, the polling units are already also setting up here. You can, as we pan round now, you will see the ad hoc staff setting up everywhere, all around the school. The Ward 5 has 45 polling units, and here we'll have in the school as many as, I think, 5 of that in this place, and voters are already waiting. In some of the places we went to as early as before 7 o'clock, voters were already assembling, waiting for the ad hoc staff to come on and accredit them so that they could start voting. I mean, that is how enthusiastic some people are for this election here in Benin, Edo South.
All right, let's talk about security. Their presence, can you feel presence of security officers, in and around that area? Because I can see some persons and also INEC staff mounting there. But the security, what's your opinion of it?
Well, one of the features of Nigerian elections is the provision of security, and some people have complained generally that there is over-securitization, that sort of word, of our elections. But that probably reflects the level of political development in the country, and as we go by, hopefully these things will be de-emphasized. But then it is what is required to secure men and materials and to ensure that the elections are also violence and conflict-free. So far in Benin City, particularly where I am at the moment, the security has been top-notch. We have combined security forces, agents, the army, the military generally, the police, the civil defense, the security service, the secret services as well, joining hands together. Most of the roads have been cordoned off, even though I had observed that very early, even at the time the curfew set in 6 a.m., some commercial bus drivers were making brisk business, breaking the law and moving around town. But by the time we were approaching the RAC, the security guys, the soldiers had set up barricades along the road, turning back every bus and every vehicle and every car that shouldn't be on the road. And there was nothing they could do about that. Even for those of us who are journalists, you have to do proper identification before you could even get access into the rack or into location. So far, we'll say it's been good. It's just the start of it. We'll monitor things as they go, but security has been fantastic because we even scouted some of the voting areas, some of the racks yesterday. Already, security was all over the place. We went to the place, Idia College, along Iyaru, at Iyaru, and the Ministry of Education in Ward 6, where some prominent individuals and party candidates will also be voting. And the security guys were already there, set and ready, and they were not allowing access into the area until the arrival of materials. You know, so that shows a high level of compliance so far in terms of security.
Solomon, I'm wondering if you were able to speak with those who came so early to get registered and cast their ballot, what the motivation is for them, and what they are looking forward to at the end of the day, especially the process.
Well, they were excited. It's not about a particular motivation, as it seems, but they were so excited to want to cast their votes. Maybe this provides a new opportunity, but it was amazing to us as well. When we even got as far as Ihogbe Secondary School, where we were like the first to arrive, kind of. And while we were still asking, the people there, the people around the area, came there to witness the opening of the gates by the security, by the gate man at the school to open up the place. And the voters were already there. Even some stood on the street waiting and wondering why the INEC officials have not arrived. You know, so maybe it's a sign that this will be, there will be a higher turnout than we saw last time. 37% was just the turnout last time in 2020. Right. Maybe we will see something in the region of what your guest there was just talking about, Charles Siteho. We hope that the Edo people will turn up in large numbers to cast their vote and to make a choice that to pick a candidate or to elect a governor that will truly reflect their choice.
Right, and as you were speaking, we see INEC officials arriving with necessary materials to set up and ensure that the process begin in earnest so that the people can also, who have been waiting, can be registered and every other thing put in place for them. Now, there is the question of if they made preparation for rainfall, that concern. I wonder if you can see anything that shows that INEC is prepared to ensure that the process is not interrupted in any way, even if it rains.
Well, you can see the makeup of the schools here. One feature of at least Benin City that I am in and Edo South is that the schools are well laid out. These are not just ramshackle schools. This is a primary school, a school built as far back as 1954. And you can see that here, the polling officers don't have to worry about being in the rain at all. They extended the shootout of the schools are well laid out in such a way that the officials and the voters can stay right under the shade of the shootout of the school, with a corridor, a veranda where people can hang out even if the rain comes. So you can see that the school is well laid out and they wouldn't have to worry about the rain, because it seems that most of the places that will be used for voting are the schools. Idia College is a school. The Ministry of Education is a newly built, a newly set up environment, very, very beautiful, where one of the candidates will be voting. And we've gone around to most of the centers. They are schools and they are well laid out schools. We hope that, the rain won't be a problem as well.
All right, still going back into the issue of vote buying. Some of the persons you interacted with, are they ready to vote their conscience, or they're ready to sell their votes? And also, some of the persons you interacted with, do they have that trust for the electoral umpire for fairness and integrity in this regard?
Well, you know, the democratic process is a process. You cannot win the lottery jackpot except you buy the ticket. If you say you do not trust the electoral process and you do not vote, then how do you affirm your trust? So as it is, first, the people are enthusiastic to vote. Right outside Uliha Primary School, you have party agents and voters, everybody waiting anxiously. While we were at the Central Bank on Thursday, lots of people milled around the road, whether they are party officials or just individuals. They were anxious just to say it. We will be able then to, once the voting starts, once we get to the polling unit, where we have some polling units here, and people, the polling officers are still just getting things ready. But we will wait when the voting actually starts to find out whether the people believe in the process. The turnout will determine whether the people believe in the process of the election process. But the truth of the matter is, right now, we are waiting for them to arrive because polling begins at 8:30.
And we're counting down to 8:30 already. Just to quickly re-emphasize the matter of the ad hoc staff who have refused to move without the allowances as agreed. Who have they laid these complaints to?
Well, as you can see, they are there right now. That means that that has been sorted out. We are here with their supervisor. We will be talking with him a bit later. He just wants to ensure that all the logistical issues are sorted out. The ad hoc staffs have been settled. That is where they are all setting up. That is where they have all taken position. The INEC officials supervising here immediately responded by taking care of that and sorting it out so that they will meet the deadline to get the job started, because that is what is important. The fidelity of the process is important, and that was what he was telling us, and that he will talk with us immediately once he has sorted out this. As we talk right now, the clouds are gathering. It's dark up here in the skies, and we are worried that it might rain. The INEC rec had talked about things like this, even while we were at the central bank as well. It was raining, we were in the rain reporting, and the ballot materials were being moved. Here today, while the people wait, while the officials wait and the people wait to vote, the clouds are already gathering here in Oredo. Let's hope that it will not also affect the turnout of the people. But then the people, as the election observers have pointed out, that this is a vote, this is an election that should reflect the resilience of the people, and the resilience of the people to elect a governor that will reflect their own true will determine what will happen here. So they have to show the resilience to pick who they want, whether it's raining, whether it's hot, whatever time it is. The people need to show the will to make their mandate count, and that's why they have to be here to vote. If they don't come to vote, then they will blame nobody for the turnout and who gets elected.
Absolutely, Solomon. We'll definitely keep tabs with you from our updates from where you are. Thank you so much. Let's come back to the studio to speak with Chelsea to respond or react to some of the things that Solomon has said. Everyone is counting on the people, the resilience of the people to turn out, whether it rains or not, because this is an election that at the end of the day, whatever the outcome is, they would have to move along with it, whether they came out or not at the end of the day. But you mentioned earlier that you had concerns that they may not turn out as much as they collected their PVCs. But then the result at the end of the day, who is to blame? And then there's also the aspect of the campaign, violence, security issues, how that is also going to make or mar this election as well.
But just what I said earlier about the number of PVCs that were collected may not reflect the voting pattern today. But where you might witness within the Benin, that's Edo South, because of its metropolitan nature, and then the Edo, where you have two candidates of two of the major parties, APC and PDP. Because
we are not to mention parties.
Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. Two of the major parties, actually. The reason is because since 2008, no one from Edo Central had ever sat on that seat. So they are upbeat. They are very expectant that wherever the pendulum swings, if it happens amongst the what they call the front runner parties, it may help them. Okay, so you may also find them maybe voting them may also be a bit increased. There may be within a circle because of the difference of Oshomole and Shaibu and all that. But within Onwa Akoko Edo, you may find that they may not be as enthusiastic as it is because of over time they've been crying out because they have been marginalized. There have been concerns about everything that is always taken to Edo North will reside in Esako. Leaving the Onwa man out, leaving the Akoko Edo man. So some of these are the factors that may shape the elections within those areas. But in total, I think there might be a marked difference between this and 2020. I actually witnessed because I was almost everywhere. Though I was based in Benin then during the election. I had cause to go to Ekpoma and others. They also went as far as to Otuo, far-flung areas in the. So it might be. People, there are young people who have turned 18 who want to experience it for the very first time. Part of what you have, enthusiasm. And there have also been people who are who reside outside Benin City, outside Edo State, who are said, I know one or two persons who have decided to transfer their voting to Edo State and others. So those people also, they want to also have a say in what's happening. So this might be part of what you might say as the positive side of the voting. And then you also remember I mentioned about the diaspora influence as well. People say, okay, why don't you just get this government right so that it can have depend on us less? So these are going to be like a conundrum. What is going to be forming or shaping the voting today in Edo State? But as I said, I personally will be happy and I'll be shocked if you get 60% of the voting in comparison to the 85% of people who collected the PVC. Yes.
All right. Let's start with how well informed are the electorates? Okay, because many of them will say they will just vote. They still vote based on tribal lines, based on politics, based on ethnicity, based on religion. How well informed? And also, what do you think the people of Edo should be looking forward to in terms of leadership?
Okay, well, let me say this, that Edo is a very unique state in terms of those things you mentioned. Ethnicity is not a factor in Edo voting. Ethnicity, religion is not. Because in Edo State, people, all Edo, for instance, they become so united that religious consideration never play part in anything over there. Because as I said, I partly lived now till when I was growing up. I knew Moru, I knew Amendu. I'm a Christian. We help them. We celebrate Salah because it's called Salah back home. We celebrate Salah with them. They celebrate Christmas with us. I mean, some people who were carrying girlfriend, they will carry. You're a Christian, you have Muslim girlfriend. A Muslim will have Christian. So it was like that. It's blended. So the sharing formula in Edo State is to take into consideration the tripod upon which Edo stands, okay? The Edo South, which of course the Benin speaking, and then you have the Edo Central, the Esan speaking, and then the Edo North, Afemai speaking. Of course, they also stand on the tripod. You have the Esako, Onwa, and then Akoko Edo. So when you want to talk about how nobody talked about who comes from where. You understand? That's why I say Edo is very unique in terms of that. No, all this regional, we have regional consideration, but not ethnic, because almost all of us are the same Edo. Apart from dialectical differences here and there, yeah. Somebody will say esse and vari, deha. That's all. You understand what I'm saying? So for the issue that you also asked about, a question about how aware they are, Edo, the electorate is very, very, very much aware. Because I can also tell you that apart from, Benin and Onwa, for instance, they have the greatest number of professors in the whole place over there. So these are people who have gone to school, widely traveled. Okay, so they understand what is at stake. So they know exactly in governance, you have a lot to gain. But if you don't put the right person there, you lose out. And I remember I telling you that in those days, you had somebody of Shomole, not to Shomole, for Ogbemudia, who did a lot. Then you also had Ambrose Ali, who also who brought university to Ekboma and all that. Yeah. So over time, so people know that once you put the right person there, the right person is going to attract the people around him in his cabinet and all that, and then you deliver good ones. So they're well aware of what stands against them if they don't vote right.
Now, what should they be looking forward to in terms of leadership?
Yeah, the leadership right now, my fear is because there is this issue of the pendulum being deliberately, not organically, deliberately being allowed to oscillate to Edo Central. You understand? Because that's why a lot of people are saying that one of the candidates of one of the parties say, okay, we shouldn't have even thrown his hat into the ring because a Benin man is there now. That's Edo South is there, spending 8 years. So if by providence the other man wins, you can't hand the baton. A Benin speaking can hand the baton over to the Benin speaking. So that's why they are saying they want to trade. Say what?
There's no written
it's not
document.
written. These are conventions. They are not written, but they are conventions. Even the issue of power rotation is not also written anywhere in our constitution. If you check all the body of laws in Nigeria, whether it's the National Constitution as amended or the state's edicts and all that, you will find where it is written that power must rotate amongst the zones. It's not there.
Is it an agreement between a few?
And the agreement is party-based, but all parties appear to have taken that as a convention. Yes. So that's why you see when, in Lagos, for instance, you also have this pendulum swinging oscillate between Christian governor and Muslim. It's not also written. Oh, a Christian was there for 8 years. It must be
a gentleman's agreement. But that has changed.
It's changing. Why is okay? Let the best man take it. So don't let the field be open. Why should I be restricted because of my religion? Why should I be restricted of where I come from?
What democracy is about?
Democracy again, but again, in a draw, for instance, as I said, if you allow democracy to play full course, then the man from my place, Onwa, for instance, may never aspire to be governor. The highest we've ever gone is a deputy governor under Oyegu. We have Reverend Peter Obada. Then Akoko Edoma will never. ESA command may or may not. But Benin, the Benin speaking.
Popularity.
No, it's not popularity, no. Because, I said something about the metropolitan nature of Edo South. That's where you have the Igbo traders, you have other people who are non-Edos. So the preponderance of all these people pouring into Edo State makes the Benin, that's Edo South to have more, you heard about 57.something% compared to my place 27.something, and then Edo Central 16.something. So how can you compete with somebody with 57%, somebody having 16%? So that's why this gentleman agreement is very important, so that everybody can have a say, everybody can have a feeling that they are part of the cake. So not just when you say, okay, leave it to the on the playing field. Benin speaking, that's Edo South will continually be at the helms of affairs, which of course will not bode well for everybody.
All right, it is past 8:30 already, and we are counting down to the process and monitoring it. But then again, what has been brought to the fore is the integrity of INEC to be able to handle this process seamlessly, transparently, and to ensure that it is free and fair, to the extent that some parties have said that if this election is not properly conducted, they will reject the outcome. One is wondering what properly means, but from your perspective, what would be a proper conduct of this election such that the outcome is acceptable to all and it seems to be transparent, free and fair?
Well, in fairness to INEC have also done their best at units and the voting period. But usually it is when you talk about counting of votes, you're taking votes from the polling stations to the collation center. That's where the problem is, okay? I can also make a prediction here that the outcome of this election, the person or the candidate who is going to be declared winner later will not be decided by, not saying will not, may not be decided by the electorate, may also end in court, as it has always been in Nigeria, because politicians have a way of always contesting them. You know why? Because all of them think they are the rightful Or they, okay, for instance, one party will say, has a chance, exactly.
But then,
Yes.
please just hold your thoughts. Okay. We have a correspondent, who will be speaking with us or bringing us up to speed with developments from Ewohime Essen South, East Local Government area of Edo State. Ikenna, good morning. It's good to have you join us this morning and quickly bring us up to speed with the developments there. It's past 8:30. Has the process begun where you are? All right. We'll get back to Ikenna as soon as he can hear us. But back to you, Chas. You were talking about the process.
Yes.
Ensuring it is free, fair, transparent as it is. Yeah. And you were saying that all politicians believe that who throw their hat in the ring, they are the best and exactly. they deserve to win.
If I'm the best, why should the other person win? So let me context it. And again,
people have contested it over time. Sometimes what they contested for becomes theirs. So they will say, okay, yes, I know we didn't win, but let's just, because they always look for lacunas and all that. And then sometimes certain things will happen which might not mention on TV. The pendulum swings the way. So let's go try it. Whether or not it's our turn, let's go try it. So I'm begging that, I'm hoping that a time will come, I hope it comes sooner, where, or today, or using Edo as an example, that politicians will accept defeat. Like when you go for football match, nobody contests. Nobody contests football. Elections. Results. If it's Tottenham versus Man U, and then Man U wins, even if it is VAR just came in.
Well, you still have not answered that question.
All right.
The process.
Okay.
How should it be?
Wait now. We need to quickly go on. When we return. We'll come back to talking about the matter of ensuring the process is free, fair, and credible. Stay with
us. Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas. It shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked, and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move weigh in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty, erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting, as the arts are meant to be.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
School, I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices re-echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything. If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet, sour taste for all their demands. A familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, we'll be there to x-ray all sides, from the east to the west, north and south. Committee Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Committee Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
Business lives on the fast track of numbers. Business is a strange world where low numbers mean something different. And its currency are speed and time. Finding the open doors of Main Street is not just good business, it's the start of the business. Join us every weekend on Business Week.
Thank you for staying with us. We are still monitoring developments out of Edo State, as today is the governorship election, and we have our correspondents scattered across the state to bring us up to speed with developments there. And we still have our guests in the studio, Charles Ide, who's speaking with us with regards to how events are unfolding there. Remember that INEC is supposed to begin the process at about 8:30, and we're counting down to see if INEC will keep to time. Our correspondents will also bring us update on that. Before we went on the break, Charles, you were speaking to us on how INEC can ensure the process is free, fair, credible, and that the result at the end of the day is acceptable by everyone involved.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly. As I said, over the years, whether it be in Lagos, whether it be in Benue State or no, INEC has always been seen as having done well during the process of voting. As I said, it is after you have done that, between when votes are collated from state by state, that's where a lot of people begin to see, our agents were disenfranchised, our agents were not allowed to enter to witness, our agents were, some money's changed hand and all that. So that's where it is. Well, that's why I said I was hoping that we both agreed that it should start from Edo, that politicians should learn to accept defeat when they know they have been roundly defeated.
The spirit of sportsmanship.
Yes, exactly.
Right. We'll continue from there, but we need to quickly put you on hold. So we cross over to our correspondent Ikenna Mechi, who is at Ward 1, Unit 3, Ewohime South East Local Government Area of Edo State. Ikenna, quickly bring us up to speed with this process. Has INEC begun in earnest, because the process is supposed to begin at about 8:30?
Good morning, Veronica. We are right here at the Skills Acquisition Center in Adas Unit 3 of Ward 1 in Ewohime. That's in Esan, Southeast, where one of the candidates of a leading political party will be coming to exercise his franchise. And I will tell you that it's about 8:46 a.m. this morning, and there's no sight of any INEC officials. We only can see at this point that I am, and of course, everywhere in this village, and of course, it's a rural community, and the people, some of them are not even yet to come to the polling units. And the local government headquarters is at Ubiaja, about 30 minutes away from here. Perhaps that's where the INEC staff are, and will be coming from there. But it's quite unfortunate that by 8:46, there's no presence of any INEC staff, and the people are not even here to actually exercise their franchise. You just have a few people, security operatives, all around the city and in polling units, waiting for the INEC officials to come so that the process will begin in earnest. And we are hoping that the leading candidate as well will come out to exercise his franchise. But for now, it's a rainy morning in Esan here in Ewohime. It's a very rainy morning. The rain has started to subside now. They said it has not rained for some time here, but unfortunately, or fortunately, maybe it's a blessing that this morning it started raining, and it's subsiding a little bit. Probably that will actually encourage people to come out. But for the INEC officials, we are yet to see any of them in Ewohime, and we are hoping that they will come. And if there is, we've not gotten any update of whether they have a logistics problem of moving down here. We are hoping that they will come, and the process will start in earnest, as the people are eagerly waiting. Like as I reported yesterday, the people in Esan are eager to actually come up and cast their votes for the candidate of their choice. So we are hoping that the INEC officials will come and begin the process in earnest. But for security situation here, everywhere is calm, just as the rain is cooling the atmosphere here. Everywhere is just as cool as that. No incidents, no issue.
All right. Amechi, they're bringing us up to speed with regards to developments where he is, Esa.
people come out to exercise their franchise, and hopefully the INEC officials will show up to begin the process.
Absolutely.
Veronica.
Absolutely, Ikenna. We can only hope as the rains are pouring down already. And you have also told us that security situation there is calm. We wanted to know also the presence of security operators.
Yeah, the presence of security operators. Maybe the rain could be the reason people haven't turned out. Yeah. But I would also want you to, if you can, maybe take your microphone to some of the persons there, maybe have a chat with them, and what are their hopes, what are their expectations, you know, while waiting for INEC officials to come. Maybe if that's possible. Ikenna, are you still there? Okay.
All right.
Yes, I'm here. I actually can hear you faintly.
Okay, so I said something earlier. I said that maybe the rains could be the reason people have not actually come out. But I would love for you to, maybe if you can show us some of the persons there, have a chat with them so that we can hear.
I can faintly hear what you're saying.
Okay, so Ikenna, if you can hear me, he is saying that if you could just speak with the persons already present at the polling units to know what their expectations are of the process and at the end of the day, the results.
All right, we have some locals here, of course, waiting to vote, and journalists actually flooded here because of, we know, like as I told you, this is the polling unit of a leading candidate in this election, and definitely you know that journalists will be here to wait for when he will exercise his franchise. And for the people, like as I said yesterday, they are willing to actually exercise their franchise, and I will be talking to some of them and hoping that, and they are eager, but as I said earlier, the INEC officials, no one on site here in Ehuhime, Ward 1, and of course elsewhere, we have not seen any INEC officials yet, and at this time, just a few minutes before 9 a.m., no INEC officials. So I will be speaking with one of the electorate who is here to actually exercise his franchise, and let's see what he has to say about the process, and of course why the Independent Electoral Commission officials are yet to actually show up to begin the process of voting and accreditation and voting, and of course the other process that follows.
Maybe while we wait for him to have a conversation.
Let's come back to the studio while we wait for him. He's at Ewohime Esan local government there.
Actually, Esan.
But talk to us, the enthusiasm and resilience shown by the people. How it is that despite the rain, some of them have already turned out to want to cast their ballot as it is. But what do you know about those people, especially exercising their franchise?
You know, I told you earlier that the pendulum of leadership was deliberately, allowed to swing the Esan way.
Okay, we hear that Ikenna is back with his guest. Go ahead, Ikenna.
Okay.
Electorate here that is here to actually exercise his franchise, but he is still waiting for the INEC officials to start, so that you have been here since when, and what do you have to say about the fact that INEC officials, they are nowhere to be found here?
The thing beat my imagination. First of all, my name is Arenke Daniel. So we have been here since over 2 hours. I came here 5 minutes after 7. So most of us, we are here. So waiting. Although first of all it was raining. But I think the rain is It's okay now. We are waiting for INEC official.
Okay. Have you spoken to some of your leaders in this local government on why the delay in the INEC officials arriving at this polling unit and other polling units in Ewohima?
Well, we have talked to them, but the word they told us is that they are on their way. That's what they said.
All right, but from what you observed, are people actually eager to come out? You know, this is a farming community. One person I spoke to earlier said he wants to go to farm and before you come to vote. Are people eager to come out and exercise their franchise here?
Very well. Everybody is coming out to exercise our vote because it's our son, it's our father. Everybody is coming out to vote. Nobody is indoors, staying outside and all that. Nobody is even going to farm. So any person that told you that he's going to farm, that is messing after death. So we are here, we are waiting. We are just waiting for INEC officials. So, thank you.
All right, that's one of the eager voter waiting for INEC officials to actually exercise his franchise. And for what he said, they are waiting. The INEC officials are on their way, and we are hoping, we journalists and other that are here are waiting and hoping that it will come on time so that the process will begin in earnest. And of course, the leading candidates, one of the leading candidates here will also want to know why the INEC officials are not here to actually begin the process. Veronica, that's the situation here at Ewohimi in Esan South-East local government area of Edo State,
right,
as we count
right.
down to,
I am concerned with how conducive the location is now that we see the rains pouring down for the electorate. How conducive is the location for the electorates to cast their vote even as it is raining?
Well, the place is not too far from the town, and of course, you know, the rain probably has actually subsided, and people will definitely not be saying because of the rain they are not coming out. But for sure, the INEC officials, if they are here, definitely people will be out here to actually exercise their franchise. I think the delay here is actually because of the INEC officials not on ground. And the people are not willing, they are not yet, not a lot of them are here at the moment, but one of the things that will actually make them to come is the fact that if they sight the INEC officials, definitely they will come out from their houses and exercise their franchise. Veronica.
All right, thank you, Iken Amici, for bringing us up to speed. And news just reaching us say at about 8:53 a.m. voting began in Governor Godwin Obaseki's polling unit in Okemole 1 Emokpai Primary School. That's Unit 19, Ward 4, Oredo local government area. So INEC has begun, the process has begun in some areas. And as we can see, those are the pictures there on your screen of persons, of electorates on the queue looking to exercise their franchise. And the rains, define the rains. We do not know if the rains poured across every part of the state, but whatever the situation is, they have come out, and INEC has begun in earnest at that Unit 19, Ward 4, Oredo local government area. And we are hoping that in other areas, INEC will also begin in earnest so that the process can end as at when due, and every of the other line of processes, collation and all of it
will work well,
well seamlessly as it is. And then the challenge perhaps might just be that of they get into the location, as some have said. But the road network
But the road network is very good.
It's good. So one can only wonder what the delay is really about.
There's, you know, I talked about politicians looking for lacunas to ensure they get hold of things to complain about. This is part of what the politicians may use, or that they deliberately, delayed voting in some places and all that. And politicians, they're always very clever. They are very smart. They always want to look for what the spanners to throw in the works and all that. For instance, the Wohimi, where Ikena spoke to us from Wohimi to Biaja, the road is quite good. Within Esan, the road network is quite good. It's only that road I told you about, Chi, Benin, Riceable. So I wouldn't know what might cause the delay of materials from Ubiaja, the headquarters to Wohimi, which is just a stone's throw in the manner of speaking. So I really wouldn't know why we'll be talking about delay in arrival of materials in other places when people are already eager. You can see the young man who told you, so nobody's going to the farm today, because they are upbeat about they want to cast their ballots and all that. So Onyo also told you that this is the very first time you have 2 of the 18 political parties having their tickets zoned to that area. So, and of course, by default, you know that they will be very, very enthusiastic about, say, okay, one of our sons has to be there. You don't understand. So, but INEC should not mar this, particularly this Wohimi area where, as according to Ikena, one of the candidates comes from Ahmed. So I think they have every cause to ensure that such things are not brought to the fore as maybe a complaint bait to say, oh, you obviously deliberately didn't want the matter to get it because of
so how should INEC address this matter?
Well,
transparency.
Yes, transparency is very, very important. Yeah. Well, INEC, I think they have their information unit. They should perhaps call their people on ground in Ubiaja to explain why and quickly come up with a statement to preempt whatever any of the political party may say as having this as an excuse that they just want the attempt to disenfranchise their people over there. People can. You saw what somebody said. He's been there since 7:30 or so. That's quite early enough. I mean, the question is how long will his patience level go? So if you are there, if you be there since 7 or 7:30, then this is 9 o'clock. INEC officials have not shown up. So his patience level, will it continue? Is there elastic?
Yeah.
So those are the things we have to be concerned about. So I think INEC has to do a lot of repairing to do in the manner of speaking.
All right, still talking about INEC. Yes. Earlier when Veronica asked you about the process, transparency. Yes. Now for transparency, do you think the result viewing portal will be used this time for transparency?
Well, INEC they've also deployed some of these electronic issues about BVAS. BVAS has what we're told is going to help to curtail all manner of cheating and all that. So INEC on their own, as I said, in fairness to them, they've done it may not be the best in terms of rating them, but to the best of their knowledge, they've been able to put all those things in place, deploying things that would ensure that all these irregularities will be curtailed, if not totally eradicated. So if all the reports we have got in the news about INEC preparedness, about the high level of things, if there are anything to go by, then we might be able to see a cleaner process leading to the emergence of whoever will become the electorate's choice today. But as I said, it doesn't always end there. Even if the processes are seen to be very transparent and credible, politicians will always contest it because they feel that something may just swing their way.
Okay. All right, let's also look at manipulation.
Yes.
At the polls.
Yes.
Okay. Money politics.
Yes.
Do you think it's going to be, it's going to play out in this regard? Talk about vote buying, vote selling. Should EFCC, now that I hear that EFCC
is everywhere, I learned.
Do you think they should start arresting some persons who, sometimes I ask that question, who gives the money and who collects? Who is the most guilty, or are they both guilty, or what are your thoughts?
Well, vote buying has a macro level and a micro level.
Oh, tell me.
Yes, of course. I mean, I told you I've been part of the process for a long time. You have vote buying that is on the macro level and vote buying on the micro level. Macro level has to do when politicians try to use money to induce people who are being charged with responsibility of amassing results. Then the micro level is where you put money in a loaf of bread or you give somebody a carrot to say, take this and all. That's the micro. And that one is being addressed. So it's the macro. That's where you have the challenge, because of somebody somewhere, large amount of money is given to this person, which person can resist. And if you see them,
you think EFCC will be up to task?
Well, I hope EFCC is able to do that, because these people they are smart, and then they have their network everywhere.
Okay. Yes, we need to quickly go on a break. When we return, we'll continue our conversation right here in the studio. Stay with us.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV Station of the Year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Every second, every minute, every hour and every day, time doesn't just tick away. It counts down to political decisions that shape our world.
This country must move.
Imagine the impact these decisions have on our lives. Some are consequential, others may leave us intrigued or baffled.
You will have no better friend and partner than Nigeria.
Step in and feel the frenzy like never before. Join me every weekday for an hour of fact-finding interviews where questions cut to the core.
How would you say your administration has fared in these sectors?
I will dig in to get to the heart of issues, from local politics to global insight. Join me as I unearth the power plays, jaw-dropping revelations and the unfiltered truth. This isn't just politics, it's unraveling the stories that matter. Brace yourself for Politics Tonight every weekday at 8 p.m., where every decision echoes along the corridors of our lives. Politics Tonight, only on TVC News.
I'm Miriam Lunge. I'm a passionate environment advocate and a published author.
I am the founder of Celebration, a businesswoman, and a fashion icon.
I am a wealth coach and a real estate developer.
I am Amako Arakwe. I'm a corporate commercial lawyer and an entrepreneur.
Welcome to Warhaka. I am Ramatu Shehu Oyibo, an entrepreneur and a business coach.
I am the voice of an average Muslim woman, an hijabite, and a lawyer.
I am a polymath and a serial entrepreneur.
Hi, this is Dr. Abiola Salami, the world-class performance strategist, author of the best-selling book, The Magic of Emotional Intelligence, and the publisher of The Peak Performer Africa. I'm inviting all young emerging leaders, women in leadership, and C-level executives to the Peak Performer Festival 2024. The theme is Driving a Culture of Peak Performance in Africa, Leveraging the Magic of Emotional Intelligence. Date is 2nd to 4th of October 2024. We will be learning from top-tier experts from multiple industries across the globe. We have designed the Peak Performer Festival 2024 to deliver excellent return on investment for sponsors and organizations that want to leverage the event to engage customers and power up their staff for peak performance as follows. 1. The Emerging Leaders Summit, where we will equip young emerging leaders with emotional intelligence skills that will fast-track their career and enterprise growth. 2. The Women in Leadership Summit, where we will equip women with emotional intelligence skills that will position them to deliver excellence everywhere they lead. 3. The C-Suite Networking Breakfast, where we will equip leaders at the very top of the organization with emotional intelligence skills that will enable them drive sustainable growth for their organization. And finally, the Peak Performer Awards, where we will recognize legacy founders and peak performing organizations in both the public and private sector. Affordable sponsorship and corporate registration packages are available. You can reach out to us on team@tppafrica.com or call us on 090-91234-567. Or you can visit www.tppafrica.com for more information. The Peak Performer Festival is an initiative of Champ Global Leadership Consultancy, a world-class organization driving a culture of peak performance. Till the next time, keep rocking your world like a champion.
Thank you for staying with us. It's still our ongoing comprehensive coverage of the Edo Governorship election, where we have our correspondents scattered across the state to bring us up to speed with developments there. And as we told you earlier, some polling units have begun the process of putting together the electorate. INEC has come with materials, and others are still waiting for INEC to show up where they are, and some are said to have had their materials, election materials, arriving late. For the polling units across Esako West Local Government area, as at 8:55, ad hoc staff are still setting up voters' lists around the polling booth, and there are pictures where polling unit 1 and 17 Ward 10 in Esako West Local Government is said that voting started at polling unit 1 at Iyamho Primary School, Ward 10, Uzaire Northeast, at about 9 a.m. Polling voting has begun in some of those areas. And just to give you a background, it is said that INEC said that about 2,629,029 voters registered, and there are 192 electoral wards, 4,519 polling units, 18 candidates are on the ballots. For PVCs collected, about 2,249,780 PVCs have been collected, and that's about 85.57%. And 379,245 PVCs uncollected. Now, the big defining issues for this election, the matters of zoning and power sharing, the matter of INEC's integrity and competence, the resilience of the people are also being tested. We hear that there are downpours of rain in some of the location, and we have seen the electorate turn out despite the rains pouring down there. And the matter of pre- and post-election litigation is what some observers are already watching out for. A clash of political heavyweights, not competition of ideas and issues, that's what observers are saying. And the matter of strong-arm tactics and violence. Charles, these are the issues that are set to define the outcome of this election at the end of the day. We have began to talk about the test of integrity of INEC to ensure that this process is transparent, free, fair, credible. And we looked at a particular polling unit where materials have not begun, where one of the candidates is said to be casting his ballot in the process later today. And you said that INEC should ensure that this lapses are not, in the process, so that politicians will not capitalize on that at the end of the day. Another question that is being asked is, will INEC maintain consistency in applying the rule of suspending election where there is substantial disruption and all of it?
Yes, well, that's also part of the whole thing. Again, there has been also where election will take place. They said either the card reader is more functioning and all that. Again, you now find incident forms. An incident form is a matter of discretion of the electoral officer. And you also find politicians also saying that shouldn't be, that they prepare for this thing for the past 4 years. So why should any card reader not work at all? People will say, okay, you brought the card reader of a particular not to walk to a particular place, knowing that voting there. So there are all manner of theatrics that you find amongst politicians. So that's why INEC should be all beat every time.
And since it's an off-cycle election, there are those who say
this is not the whole place.
Yes,
the whole
so
country.
INEC should pay attention and ensure that there are no issues.
18 local government out of 774. It's not involved to 0.1%. So INEC has no excuse. And the last election of the cycle election of Edo State was in 2020.
Yeah.
All right? So that's 4 years down the line. So very soon you have Ondo. But so are you saying that within the 4 years, the irregularities you witnessed in 2020, you have not been able to fix them within 4 years down there? 4 years is about 12 months in 4 places. That's about 48 months. So there's no way INEC can give us any excuse about cartridges not working properly, about materials not getting to their polling station or polling booths in time, as we witnessed in Wohimi, where one of the candidates is going to be casting their vote. So some of these things, if you talk about integrity, these are the areas INEC must work on. See, if you want somebody to trust you, you must earn the trust, right? And earning the trust ensure that all these things that are going to be, people will look for as lacunas to want to say, okay, you didn't do well, then you put them in place. Because we didn't just know that a dual election was going to be this year. We've known, even as soon as the winner was declared in 2020, we knew that the race for the next election for the 4 years will begin.
True.
So INEC has no cause not to do what is right. And it can also, because I think all these off-cycle elections started in Anambra State.
Yes.
Then Edo State, Ondo State, and so on and so on. So I think INEC has a lot to do to get it right, so that when it gets to the turn of Ondo State, they will have this assurance that, okay, if Edo election could go right, then they have nothing to fear in Ondo State. So on and other states that are...
In fact, there are those who would say that it should have borrowed a leaf from the 2023 election and all of the controversies that was said to have been around the process.
Yes.
To build on that
exactly,
and ensure that they have a seamless process.
Well, again, I see. I think it's a problem when you give government agencies certain to do. I don't know if you have noticed that government agencies their website usually don't work as well as the corporate bodies. I don't know whether it's deliberate. I don't know. You want to do online registration. Government www.something.gov.ng will not work well. But .com of the corporate body will work well. So I don't know what is happening. So that's what I'm saying. And INEC, whatever funding that agency requires, have always been given to them. They're not starved of funds.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then even if they have a shortage of manpower, they always go to hire ad hoc hands who are given adequate training to ensure this is what the do's and the don'ts of the game. So I wouldn't know why you still have to, over time, since 1999 we've been witnessing some of these things. This is about how many years down the line we are still talking about INEC not getting things right.
But really,
when are we going to get
I wouldn't want us to cast all aspersions on INEC.
No, we're only telling them to do what is right.
To improve on the process.
Exactly. If you also look at the hike in petrol price and all of it, logistics, transportation, I think...
They should have factored all of that in their budget.
But the petrol price we've been following the gradual increase from since last year. So, but INEC should have understood that.
I'm just trying to make an excuse.
Okay, this is what happens when you know that there's a hike in prices. What you need to do, what you are going to be voting for, maybe about 19 naira per liter. Why don't you just make provision for about 110? So that even if it rises to 100. You still have allowance. That's what I'm saying. But you don't wait until the problems come before you begin. See, we're always reacting. You need to be proactive. So it is the proactiveness that usually makes things work. It's not when it's happening. You are now expecting people to say, oh, Shebi, we are all in this country. Are you blind? Don't you know there's fuel scarcity? It's not an excuse.
Right.
Oh, okay, you know that electricity, voila. It's not an excuse. Oh, sometimes when you get to some of this countryside, the internet there is not as, whether it's 1G or 2Gs. It's not an excuse. You understand? So if you know that there are people who are always complaining and protesting what you put in place, you should be ahead of them. That's what I'm insisting on. INEC should be ahead of the politician. So the politician will not have any lacuna, any window, any slightly open window they will want to use as a complaint how do I say now, complaint point to say, okay, you have cheated me. You understand? So I hope that by the time Ikena gets back to us, we will hear that INEC officials are there in the way. I know why I'm saying so, because one of the candidates from there.
Right.
It's from there. Well, they not even started casting the vote when there be issues about attempt to disenfranchise and all that. You know what it means that if INEC officials do not arrive Wohimi by 10 o'clock, you know what's going to happen? People, they say, okay.
And then will be forced to extend the time.
Exactly. They will now go and extend the time. When you extend the time, people have been tired. Have you not heard before? In 2020, I witnessed that in Benin, where people arrived very early. The materials did not get to them. By the time they get people, half of the electricity have gone home. They were tired. They've gone home. So, which of course impacted negatively on the results of that were declared in that particular area. You understand? So
and if things don't go well, you know, two of the candidates are lawyers. It could be some legal fireworks here and there.
That's what we should eliminate from our body politic.
Whereby the court will have to decide and the people are discounted.
The court is not part of the process. It shouldn't be part of the process. Now, there is a process. People will be enrolled, they collect their PVCs, and then they go there, they check whether their names have been captured days or weeks before the election. Once the election gets there, people go there, they are accredited, they vote, and they vote their choices. So it is what takes place when the thumbprint that should count. But at the end of the day, after you've done that, they'll say go to court. They say go to court. So the court has now usurped the power of the electorate to choose who governs them. So that's why you see that most of these governors are not popularly elected, because it's the court, in a manner of speaking, that impose these leaders on, these victors on them. It shouldn't be.
Right.
So if, for instance, they want to say, okay, everybody has voted, this is the one we'll go, court said no, you now bring somebody else. Then how do you think people are going to be happy?
All right, quickly,
I wouldn't want to use the word imposed.
That's what it seemed to me.
Right, okay. Let's quickly, there is a news update here that I'd like to quickly take. The Nigeria Police Force says it has made a significant breakthrough in its effort to curb electoral violence in Edo State with the arrest of two political thugs, namely Edwin Obano, 43-year-old, and Audu Tajuddin, a 41-year-old. Acting on the tip-off that some individuals had been armed to cause mayhem and disability during the election, the police operatives swooped into action and apprehended Obano, a leader of an armed group at Oredo Ward 4, at about 9 p.m. and Audu Tajuddin at Igara Akoko Edo on the eve of the election. Upon searching the bags in their possession, 3 cut-to-size locally fabricated pistols were discovered on Obano, while 1 locally made gun was recovered from Tajuddin. The police and other supporting security agencies say they will not tolerate any form of violence or disorderliness during the election in Edo State. The suspects are currently in custody and will feel the full weight of the law. Talk about walking the talk. The police, through the force, PRO Olumiyiwa Adejobi had talked about intelligence report gathering earlier on. We had that information, and I think he spoke with us yesterday where he talked about it. And now we are seeing results from the matters of intelligence gathering and ensuring that this process is safe for the people and they can, have confidence in the police to ensure that they are secured as they go out to cast their ballot. But let's get your reaction to this.
Well, Obano, I don't know what you tend to get from that, by accepting. I don't know. Most of these boys they are armed by some politicians who want to have.
We call them political thugs.
Political talks of politicians.
Yeah, that's what I'm just emphasizing.
Yes, when somebody says political talk, you're placed within the political plane. And political plane is controlled by politicians. You understand? So you find that these are full soldiers of people who, if they don't prepare well, they know they are not popular, but they want to get it at all costs. So they bring in acts of violence into the election, which of course should not be allowed in anywhere within the shores of Nigeria at all. But again, I think over time, this is dwindling. It's dwindling. But again, you can't totally take it out of the way for now. You see that when we started in 1990, now the incidences of thuggery and all that is begin to wane. Exactly. So, but
ballot box
so again, the over-militarization of the election. This is one could applaud them. If you didn't militarize now, these boys could have their way. But who knows what they could have done with these pistols? And all.
But really, is this a sign,
yes,
or like a morale boost for the people to now see that, oh, the police have started apprehending?
We're on the same page.
Exactly.
So if they hadn't been there, then only God knows what these boys would have done with the guns, who would have dropped dead by now. But thankfully, that's what we're talking about, proactiveness. The agencies were proactive. Policemen all security agencies that were deployed to all this area were also proactive. You understand? Not to wait for things to happen. If they had allowed this to happen before police now move in, usually preventing anything is usually better and cheaper than curative when you want to cure.
Talking about preventing,
yes,
do you think we have tougher laws for election violence? Basically, do you think we have enough laws?
Well, it's tougher law. We have
tougher punishment.
Nigeria has more than enough laws in a body of laws. It is the enforcement of these laws that is the problem. You understand? Now, a part of it is that there is a law. There's a law against violence in election, which of course police has been charged responsible of ensuring that they arrest that situation. Which of course you just saw from what we had now exactly. So it's not the absence of law. It is the absence of the political will to always enforce this law that's the problem.
INEC is calling for an election offences commission. Okay, but if we have tougher laws, you know, I think it will reduce.
What's your grounds with INEC?
See, we have too many commissions in this country. We have the regular courts that can handle some of this. All we need to do is for the police to be upbeat about their investigation. Once you lose the steam at the investigation stage, you have lost prosecution. Once you lose that prosecution, there is a problem with whatever the court is going to do, because the court cannot manufacture evidences at all. It is the evidence before the courts they say that the court will adjudicate upon. So what I'm saying is that the regular courts can't handle. They can indeed handle these cases. If you multiply some of these things, then you are making a mess of it. You have a commission for this, you have commission for this, you have commission for this, you have tribunal for election. So we have too many of them. That's why I said let's just see how we can make do with our regular courts to do some of this instead of calling for the setting of a commission again when the courts can handle some of these things.
Let's even take you back a bit. Before this day, the election, there has been concerns about tension because of campaign violence and all of those conversations leading up to how secure the process would be for the electorate.
Yes.
How do we begin to perhaps draw the attention of political parties and politicians to ensuring that this matter is not a do-or-die affair?
Well, the outgoing governor of Edo State said, I watched him. This is not a matter of, I watched him and I'm quoting him verbatim, that he said he does not, he doesn't regret saying that the election in Edo State is not a do or die. He said so. He said, so such things, such inflammatory statements are what we should ask the politician to stop. Because it is when this, do it every day, if the everyday people, they see what their leaders are saying, they tend to queue behind them. But if the leaders are preaching peace, the people behind them will also toe the line of peace. But once you have your leader that you defer to, somebody it's like a be-all and end-all, somebody that is like a role model for you, is speaking, not only speaking daggers, attempting to use daggers. What do you think will happen to those who are his foot soldiers? They will say, they'll take a cue from that. So politicians will know that speaking daggers will not help the situation. You might think we're just saying it, but it's inflammatory. And there's a way it will ginger some of these boys or girls who are their followers to say, yes, since our boss or the person we look up to has said so, let's go there and spoil it. You understand? So politicians towards elections and even during even off-season elections must know how to speak. That's why in most cases, people who are gifted, people who are trained to speak, that's why, is that not why they hire spokespersons?
Now, who should hold those politicians to account?
Before we get there, let me just quickly bring us up to speed with stories coming out of the election. Images from Polit Unit 001, Iyamo Primary School, Ward 10, Uzare Esako West local government, where voting is ongoing. These are the pictures there. We also hear that EFCC officials are also on patrol to ensure that voter inducement is not going on there. I recall that Wenga was emphasizing on this matter of voter inducement, which some have become a part of our process as it is, and only wonder how we can eliminate it. But the FCC officials are on the ground to ensure that that does not happen. We saw results that we got during the 2023 election. Some persons were found with cash, stash of cash, and all. We're hoping that that is not the case this time around. But go ahead with.
So you were talking about the issue of the rhetorics coming from politicians, but we had a former president in this country who said that the blood, my mandate is not about the blood of any Nigerian. No, it's not worth the blood of any Nigerian. And we also had someone who said, "You do or that." Why are they not tilting towards the line of my mandate is not worth the blood of any Nigerian, and then go into violence? And also, who should hold these politicians to?
Okay, your first question.
Things they say.
To your first question, there are two questions in one. The first question, my answer is, I will give you a monosyllabic answer, but again, to also attempt to enlarge it. The answer is desperation, all right?
Desperation?
Yes. So when people are desperate, they are capable of doing anything. Now, one person is saying it is do or die. It means that he wants to retain that seat, okay? Whatever you do, we must ensure that you don't take this power out of our hands. That's desperation. But if you have done well in governance, if you have done well in delivering the deliverables, you don't have to fear. You understand? Because somebody who is okay, let me make an analogy about a student who has studied well.
That's the EFCC. Just sorry to cut into your line of thought. That's the EFCC president there.
If I digress, if I may, this is not an EFCC thing. All we need to do is to educate the electorate that, look, that voting you are selling is your destiny.
Education has not been enough, obviously.
But we just mouth it. We mouth it, hey, don't sell your vote. It's not enough. We just don't say when somebody is hungry. So that's why I said when you are telling people don't do this, what have you done? If you provide good governance.
How about some political parties even add it to their campaigns? They collect it.
But vote your. But that's also wrong.
You're still guilty.
Now, what I'm saying first is that, okay, as I'm here now, I'm gainfully engaged, right? I don't see how much politician is going to give to me that might change my mind. But I'm not. There are some people who are not so well endowed as I am in terms of financial.
Their pockets
issues.
are not as big.
Well, not as big as you. So there are the everyday people who are artisans. They rely on daily
income.
So those people today, you have declared curfew in Edo State for about 12 hours. So these are people who rely on when they go out, they make money, they bring to them. They may have 6 children. So today they are going to be boxed in. Such a person, you wave banknotes in his face, you think he will not accept? That's what I'm saying. If the economy is beneficial to some of these people, they know that something is coming to them, whether daily or so. They will not have. You can tell the person don't accept, and they will not accept, knowing that he already has a source of survival, a source of livelihood.
Don't you think it's a morality issue as against the stomach infrastructure matter?
Morality has no place, has no strength where there's hunger. You understand?
Poverty has been weaponized.
Poverty. If you weaponize poverty, see, you can, if you like, you moralize everything. When somebody is hungry, you understand? You will just say, this is what you're saying. And he's staring at the money.
And he knows
that people are back at home who don't even know when the next meal will come. Then you are talking about morality. Even when you indeed say you want to let morality take a hold of you, I don't take it. When you get back and say, oh, Mumu, you know, maybe it's a husband, and your wife will be saying, go out and bring it. Say, can you imagine? And you saw this thing. What kind of husband are you? You know? So it reduces your level, even your husbandry level. It's reduced.
So it's a system. It is something that has eaten deep into the fabric of our
society.
society.
Because of the weaponization of poverty. As I said, a poor person has no many choices. Doesn't have many choices. The choice is survival. Okay? How do I survive? And you have children, I mean, schools just resume now, and then fees are going to be, we are going to be asked to be paid, to be paying the fees and all that.
Have even increased.
And then it has increased. So, and then in that, and your personal economy has not increased. Your personal takings have not increased. So how do you weigh? It's a very delicate balancing.
Well, that's the video of Esako West local government area where voting has begun.
Yes.
Those are the live pictures. We can see an elderly woman trying to cast her ballot there. I want to believe that some privileges will be given to the elderly, persons with disabilities, women, pregnant women, and the likes.
Yes.
We want to see that happening because INEC over the years has said they make preparation for these kinds of persons, especially persons with disabilities.
I agree, and this, which is good.
The elderly, pregnant women, and all of it. We see a number of men and women there. We see that the numbers of men are actually more than the women, but we cannot get a full picture view right now of the demographics of persons there, but obviously there seems to be a well-representation of both.
But I'm shocked. Before now, you have already had more women than men. So I think the thing is changing. You now have more men being aware. Because women, because it's easy to sway women. I mean, back in those areas. So I mean, the elections have covered.
Is it awareness that's changing the minds of women from
all women are becoming apathetic. Maybe because my place, person say, the vote I voted for, what did he give me? And women are the ones who are going to the markets and all that. So okay, the marketplace, you are going there, they are taking revenues from you, are taking all these things from you, and people are tearing tickets for you and all that. So what's the difference? Right. But I'm actually shocked that you're having more men in this election than more women. Because even the election I covered in 2020, you had more women in most of the polling booths that we went through and so. So I think, I don't know what may be the immediate cause of this thing.
Right.
Yes. You understand?
And a cause for concern?
Not quite. If the men also vote, the men are the leaders in our homes. Understand? Right. But the men should also be able, if they are enthusiastic, they should be able to also galvanize their households to also be part of the process. Because good governance, bad governance affect the family, not one person. No, it doesn't. If the governance is good, it doesn't affect only the men.
It affects
everybody. Yes,
absolutely.
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Interesting perspective there. But let's get back to the issue we were talking about.
Yeah, let's go back to it. So, who should hold?
Okay. You were asking that question. Second level.
To account, looking at the kind of rhetorics they say, because the kind of rhetoric that was flying around the build-up to the election, it was really, really tense, and someone wanted to say toxic. Are we getting better? When it comes to, is it good for
issue-based politics, or we are still towing the path of having all of these rhetorics that do not address the issues?
What would you like to see,
Okay, Mukeni, the governor, no get alone, Mokira, I say.
No, I say, he can't know you are being Ulega Yabakba, or no back, Betty Worry. Not the governor, not a low. He can't know that is a nagbe. I can go see, local get no party or any governor, not a low, no, you're not in my niche.
Mamma, why Murar and I need Guerre to sit and near vote. Why Murar and Nala?
I ain't better or Yakura boat you. I did on a chair, or let me my be. Mammy Arunia, okay, not one make back in more being me. Abima onara boat nana ogena du balo le agunare me e majoli analogo akolo ogbo ogeno kalama ogeno radio yo no gbe abada muso mo le oke agbe na ri oko le gbe ogena to lu yo gbe
mama
gbe mo no me
okay. We hear that is Adams Oshomole's mother, who just cast her ballot, and she's expressing her views about that. So, Chas, thank you.
Okay, well, the
so,
I understand Esako a bit, and know that, so they also have dialects, okay? Yes. I understand more of Wando than this Ozairoe. Because there are websites. So she talked about there's hunger in the land, there's poverty in the land, and she is hoping, that's organized God, hoping that God will allow this to go free and fair so that we'll have a leader that we take this suffering out of our way. Yes, that's exactly what she said.
Well, interesting.
Yes, okay.
We were saying something talking about the issue of who hold them to account.
Yes.
And the way our election, the build-up to the election, the way it went, the tensed atmosphere, and also the way people vote. Will you vote for, this person danced for us, let me vote for.
Well, people always have reasons. People always have reasons to queue behind a leader.
Someone.
Yeah, it could be that he speaks good English. It could be that he dresses well. So there are multiple reasons why people usually queue behind leaders, okay? It may not necessarily be that he's going to give you good governance, because people, most time, once they benefit from him directly...
I say it may not necessarily be issue-based, but...
Okay, the issue-based, and again. Now, the reason is this. For about 2 years, I was a spokesperson of a party, political party in Edo State. Okay. I was the Edo State Public Secretary of a certain party. So I follow politicians. I understand their thinking. I understand the philosophy behind their decisions. Because for 2-3 years, I was... so it gave me the... I was able to have the privilege to move around politicians, attend meetings, national meetings, and all that. Now, in most cases, what politicians do is this. If they think their issues, they don't have issues to give you, they throw in personal matters, and then that will dominate the media and draw attention to them, even if it is negative. That's the way they play it. You understand? So sometimes they want to be in the minds of people. They want their name to resonate every time. So they throw in anything.
So it's deliberate.
No, it's deliberate. They throw in anything that will draw attention to themselves and then give them popularity.
But then the people, the electorate, is supposed to have a way to force them, to bring them back to
the electorate
that affect
the electorate will now be divided. Some will be hailing that politician to say, oh, when so person says such thing, what did you do? Leave this man. Leave this woman. But you see, the question about who does the arrest and all that, it is, when you come to Nigeria, you see that you have powerful personalities and weak institutions. If you strengthen the institutions where nobody is above the law, where it doesn't seem that you have different laws being applied in a particular situation, this won't happen. When the governor makes his sentence statement and he knows that he can be taken in for it, okay? Or because immunity covers him, you keep that in abeyance, pending when he will leave government, and then you arrest him and prosecute him for that. They will find reason to say things that are proper. But when they know that in most cases that they are bigger, appear to be bigger than the operative. Have you not witnessed, Veronica? So a politician is saying something, they want to arrest him, the security agencies guarding him, they are saying no. It won't happen in crimes where you have very strong institutions and weak personalities.
Other crimes.
Yes.
It now brings to the question, how informed are the electorates? Because when you say, oh, I'm going to vote for him based on the way he danced, I'm going to vote for him, but not on issues. This is the person that will decide my future for the next 4 years, and I vote for him based on his dance step.
I have told you that where there is poverty, issues don't count.
Or is it a matter of political parties not building on ideology?
Sure.
And they're now swaying towards issues that are mundane as against addressing key core issues?
That's part of it. Okay, let me take Edo Central as a case point in where people may not think about issues. Now, two of the 18 parties have zoned their tickets to Esan, all right? Esan land, that's Edo Central. Now, when these people are upbeat, they are expecting that the pendulum of leadership will swing their way. Is it when they're going to be listening to issues? Anyhow you do it, let our son be there. it has to be, it's our turn, because there's this ASA agenda. ASA agenda 2024.
Right.
It's been there for, it's been there for a while. Some of us who I'm from Edo North have benefited copiously from 1999, almost getting either governor. Oshomola was there, Oshomola from my place. I spent 8 years, went to Edo South. After Edo South, the governorship, deputy governorship came back, Philip Shaibu. You understand? So my place as Edo North has benefited copiously. But you see, the ASA man, the ASA woman has been saying since 2008, why have we been distressed, or why have we been denied? So if you go to ASA line, whether it's Uromi, whether it's Ubiaja, anywhere you go to, people won't listen to issues. Their own concern is that one of their son, if Providence or if the electorate decide to say, okay, they are going to be casting a vote for that person, whether you like it or not, head or tail, they say, okay, their son is going to be there. Now, when you now get to where another party is, where they are spread, they'll say, okay, no, since our son's name is on the ballot or their party is on the ballot, we don't listen to issues. Let him be there, either by hook or by crook. So in that situation, you may not have people that will be listening.
The electorate are a part of the problem.
They are part, even though they are aware politically. But what I'm saying first is that because it is about who, that's why this, it is my turn, it's your turn. It is what is causing this issue that you won't have people listen to issues-based campaigns. It's my son, let him be there. After all, it's our turn. It was the turn of even when you get to Edo North stands on the tripod where I come from. You have Esako. You know, I mentioned it when we began. Yeah. You have Akoko Edo. Akoko Edo are not one. They are angry that almost every time it's the Esako man that is there. They will tell you somebody was there as the governor for 8 years. He became national party of the APC. You had Philip Shaibu as the deputy governor for 8 years. You are also person. So all these people, that's exactly what they are saying.
All right. Just on our screen is one of the major candidates casting his ballot there. Just reacting with regards to how the process has been for him. Get him out.
No, you don't need to move forward. Anthony, you are blocking his face. Don't do it alone now.
Okay, the journalists there as usual. They want to hear him out.
Yeah, I think one of the party.
One of the governorship candidates there who just cast his ballot. One of the 3 top contenders for the seat of governorship, governor in the state. We'll definitely get back to hear what he has to say with regards to how the process went and what he thinks.
Exactly.
Because that is
as you could see, it seemed as if his own vote enjoyed a large turnout, which of course is a plus to him. Over the when you look at if those footage that they need to go by. And maybe by the time we earlier, you know, we said that so let's also go over there if they would his own polling unit will enjoy this kind of turnout, and I said we have seen here.
Right. Well, we couldn't really see a full picture of the turnout of voters. It was just the press that we could see, struggling to get, his attention to hear how he felt about the process, because it looked seamless.
Yes, it looked seamless so far.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
So it looked seamless. So want to believe that is what it will be across the state.
You have over there, yes.
Hopefully, and that the rains is not disrupting anyone at the end of the day.
Exactly.
And that people are able to come out to cast their ballots, show their resilience at the end of the day. Before we went there, you were talking about...
Yes, exactly. I was talking about when people don't listen to issues.
Yes.
It's quite disheartening. We are highly educated, but there's no reflection of our education in our decisions in most time, because modern issues, pedestrian issues are usually considerations. When people are hungry in most cases, and when tied to hunger is the issue of it is my turn. Okay, so as I said,
well, isn't it the decision of the people that is to bringing back this matter of the hunger?
The people didn't cause hunger by themselves. It is the leaders.
They chose who perhaps are not taking the right decision that is perhaps forcing this
but
matter
I thought we are
hunger.
I thought we agreed in the beginning that the cause are the ones that are choosing for us now. Seemingly so, Oreshegun. Over the years, people elections. How about the current president we have, Tinubu? People voted and all that, but they fought the case to the Supreme Court.
Right.
And Supreme Court says, no, he is the one that is duly elected. So would you say that one now was a direct choice of the people? That's exactly what I'm saying. If you go to almost...
No, the results show.
No, the results show. That's what I'm saying. Shouldn't the result be seen to have decided, not a court telling us this is who
so the courts affirmed the decision of the people.
What I'm saying, the court should be out of the process. The court is one of the arms.
Right.
Of, okay, I think we're back again.
Yeah, we're back again. And it seems that an elderly woman there is trying to get the attention of one of the candidates there who just cast his ballot. And they are obviously praising him. These are his people, obviously.
Yes.
I'm not sure that they have allowed the media speak with him.
You can hear Isaoye. Isaoye is the way they held their own, you know. So that's what we are hearing.
Okay, but back to what we were talking about. You were talking about the...
I wish we could get an overview of the number of persons that
that actually voted there. Yes, exactly. Yes. But that would be interesting to know.
Yeah. But back to the conversation. Yes. You were talking about if it's our son, they won't listen to issue-based. But let's, chew on that issue of it's our son, our turn. Has it, even though some would say that it's good for democracy so that it goes round, the senatorial districts, well, has it really benefited us as a people? If, let's say, for example, I'm from A and I say, oh, the son from A should be, would it benefit the people of A at all? Should it be general? What are your thoughts on it?
Let me speak a little grammar here, like Obahama would say. That issue of it is our son has to be there is like a beatification of, what am I saying?
Okay, and that's Adams Oshomole there at in Auchi. Obviously,
Iyamo his place.
Iyamo is his place, okay. And he is about to, of course, exercise his franchise. He's on the queue, as it is. I'm wondering why he's not been given a preferential treatment, so to speak. But then,
or maybe he decided. He
decided it's possible. Great.
So he might say, don't give me any preferential. He might say, again, politicians always look for a way where they can be applauded. He's somebody who, when he was there, he allowed people should queue up and all that. Maybe he's trying to demonstrate that.
Which I think is the right thing.
It's the right thing to do.
Absolutely.
So you don't have to be given undue advantage over because you are. Well, again, we still have to defer to them because they are our leaders.
Of course. And people might want to show respect.
Yeah, but if he chooses to say, no, leave me here, which of course we can also applaud that.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, he's on the queue, waiting for his turn.
Yeah.
A number of persons there who are also waiting to exercise their franchise. I could see a number of women, Charles.
Exactly, that's right.
And I'm sure this would excite you.
Well, maybe you have more women here coming out than the men. But again, except if we see the total number of people over there, as you said earlier, it might also give us an insight in whether we have more women here, unlike the one we saw earlier. Yes.
Against them.
Yeah, so I was talking about the beatification of mediocrity. That's what it means. Because
what do you mean by beatification?
Beatification of mediocrity is that you want. That's why I say you want to beautify mediocrity, whether he's qualified or not, as long as it's our son, leave him there. Whether he's going to perform or not,
affinity.
Let him there. That's exactly. You have this affinity, filial affinity, and all that. So whether he's going to
is going to conduct himself.
Let our son
just be there. It is our turn. Let him sit there. That seat, let him be there. Whether he uses it for proper benefits and all that, he doesn't consent it. That's what I'm telling you.
As long as he is our son,
as long as he is our son,
we have that satisfaction.
It will be recorded over time. When you give, maybe when you give it, if you call a family tree of leadership, 1988 to 90-something is for somebody, then you, as you mention the leader, you mention the place he is from. That's why I call it the beatification of mediocrity.
Even though if their son did not do anything for them, you know, as benefits, they still say,
let him be there.
Let him just be there.
Let him be there. Those are the peculiarities of our democracy.
It is not only it's everywhere. It's everywhere. I'm telling you, it's everywhere.
As a country.
As a country, yeah. Okay, it may not be our son, but it's a person of our religion. Oh, okay. Do you know that in 2020, Edo has never done this, what do you call it, a joint ticket, whether you have Muslim or Christian.
Okay.
No, they don't do that. If you like, bring 2 Muslim candidates as long as that's exactly Edo. But in 2020, they attempted to bring that narrative to Edo, which some people fought against. If you hear of Edo not be Lagos, tacitly, that's what they meant. Right. Don't bring those things that you have to say if a Christian will serve for 8 years, it has to be... No. That's exactly why they say Edo not be Lagos. It's part of what they say Edo not be Lagos. What they do is that this in Nigeria, okay, if a Muslim had done it, let a Christian do it time. That's exactly what I said. It may not be our son, but it's somebody of my faith. My faith. So that's why I'm saying they will look for whether it's mediocre or not mediocre. So far, the person is a Christian. It's a Christian's turn. Okay. So far, it's a Muslim. It's a Muslim's turn.
These connections that we seek for.
It is there.
It's a critical issue.
And that's why we are not able to insist on good governance. As long as there, he has satisfied the yearnings of my faith. As long as he has satisfied the yearnings of my people. That's exactly why you can't insist on doing it.
You need a reorientation.
Who does the reorientation? Who listens to the reorientation? That's what I'm talking about. People see, when people have made up their mind and they have a mindset, you would okay, let me give you an example. You are talking about reorientation. Yeah. What reorientation will you give to an ASAM man now to say his person should not be on the ballot? You can't, he won't listen to you. I told you for the past...
Your idea of saying our son does not necessarily ensure good governance.
No, it doesn't. But let him be there first. If you go to a Sana, what they're saying is that, oh, thank for the very first time, out of the 3 leading parties, you have 2 of them, the tickets are ours. So if it works well, if it is heard, we are there. If it is stay, we are there. So they'll be happy that the ASA agenda have been fulfilled. If it turns out that way, I'm using the word advisedly, if.
I still think maybe we need a reorientation.
And I said, who does
the reorientation? The question. Who does
and our son, good governance, you choose our son.
Who does the reorientation? You would answer that question. That's all right. Quickly, we had a chat with Yaga Africa board member Ezenwanwagu at RAC Ward 12, Akpakpava Ring Road, on the assessment of logistics. Let's quickly take that video.
What we see here is anything to do by INEC is striving to up the punctuality to the point where at least we are seeing that this place is a rack center where the core members are taking out materials to the different owners, and we are hoping that in less than 45 minutes that the owners will be up and running and that we will be able to go.
All right. Board member of Yaga Africa, who is a major observer at this election, Ezenwanwagu, speaking there on her logistics for INEC. There's been some level of challenges. Yes. Aside the road network and the challenges with the road that Sarah mentioned earlier on, we've still seen delays in some places that you said, and not necessarily the road network is actually good.
Yes.
And we're wondering what the situation is like. And we saw earlier Adam Soshomole on the queue waiting to exercise his franchise. And we already saw his mom having exercised her franchise, and she's hoping that the person, the outcome at the end of the day will be someone who can address the issues the state is facing. And we have been speaking about the mindset of the people. Yes, Benga, the question was for you to answer.
Who does the orientation?
Who does the
let's throw the question back.
I think I am supposed to also ask questions here. But really, the National Orientation Agency, some would say maybe because they are not well funded, that's why they are not taking the bull by the horn. But I think the media as well, we have a role to play when it comes to reorientating the people, when it comes to the fact that telling them, and also political parties who are supposed to also, you know, tell the electors that, hey, listen, these are the, should I say maybe KPI, you know, talk about these are the things for good governance instead of our son.
Okay,
In
can I give an example? Let me leave Edo. So that you don't see.
I'm just doing generality.
Now let's come to Ogun State. Okay,
I'm from Ogun.
We are from Ogun State. Now Ogun State also stands on the tripod. So it seems you have the Egba, Yewa, and Jebu. Then Jebu you have Iremo. All of them are Jebu. Good. Now there's also this cry by the Yewa that they've not been. So go and do a reorientation in Yewa land, see who will listen to you. To tell Yewa, it doesn't matter. Any lecture, if it's a man that's there, so far he delivers the goods. If it's Yewa, listen. That's I understand. You understand that? Now we are buried the argument now. You go to Yewa and say whether Yewa man will listen to you. To say, okay, let it continue forever. Sebi is good government looking for. If it's a man, they'll give you. Why not? If it's Remo man, then can't Yewa man give you?
You can't even do that in Kogi State, for instance.
Kogi State is even worse, where you have your place, you have your place, the Ibira, Okuns, and then the
Ibira, the Igalas, and the
also tripod. Now, over time, you had Igala have been dominated because they are larger.
Yeah.
But this is the very first time of Jaja below that, and the Ibirama will be there for a while, for a long time. Okuns have not been there. That's the denominated people. Yeah. So go and tell the Dinominari that he should leave it for Igala. You are irritated Dinominari.
All in the name of good governance.
So I think we are all on the same page now.
I understand. But looking at the demographics, okay, we saw that students and persons with disability make up a significant portion. Students making 868,764. What does that tell you?
Well, it tells you that, again, the social media is also doing a lot in reorientating them. That's why it's working. That's why it's working over there. As I said, a lot of people who clocked 18 within these 4 years, they're not eligible to vote. So most of them want to see.
Enthusiastic.
Yeah, it's like, let's go try it out. What does it mean to vote? Let me see if I can do that. Let it be part of my history. And so you find a lot of them, having that a shot at that. So that also may be the reason they just want to be there. And then also forget that people say, okay, you can also use your voter's card to do certain things. You can use to as a document for enrollment for certain things. So that's also be identity. Could also be part of the reason why you have students are collecting this time.
The ballot, the voter's card. Now, talking about social media, leading up to the election, we saw that a letter was put out that a particular candidate has stepped aside and all of it. How much of that are you concerned with images that will be coming out of Edo State, that could perhaps shape certain narrative about the election, the process? We have seen that happen every time we have an election, and it turned out to be fake.
Yeah.
Let's look at how fakes, some will call it deep fake, misinformation, disinformation, and all of it are shaping the mindset of people towards electoral processes.
Okay. Now, some of us who are trained as conventional media and journalists, we don't take leads from social media when it has to do with news. I run a radio station, for instance, currently, and I always tell my staff when it has to do with feeding people with information, don't take your leads from the social media because they are not regulated. They don't follow the 5 Ws and H of the news gathering we're told and dissemination and all that. They just go over there. They do not often interview people to balance whatever they see. Once they go in there, and they are also very subjective in their report. So that's why one has to be very careful. A lot of people will send me certain things. Oh, I saw it on social media. I said, but do you know, so I didn't even look at that.
Some call themselves citizen journalists.
Well, no, as I said, some of us who are trained as conventional journalists.
Okay.
I belong to the school of that old school journalist. We know exactly the training we receive and what we must do, what we must not do. These people who just finished school, they study mass communication and just came in, and the newsroom, they find their way to the newsroom. They may not know that, except they are giving training and retraining, which is what I do at my station over there. So if you don't do that, you might find them also progressing in error, taking their leads from social media. We are supposed to be the people teaching social media how to do it. Yeah, I do know that social media is faster now in terms of like a 2-minute 13. Immediately you know it's real time. Which of course we have to look at. We have to first of all sieve it. When as an editor you bring news to me, I will sieve it and all that. But they don't do that. They just but again, be very, very
right.
Yes, exactly.
Take this where one of the leading candidates is about to respond, or is responding already to the process of the election.
You have done nothing. So it's like just go there and vote. That is how it is right now. I believe the way it is, it should be like that everywhere. It's okay here. I don't know others. But what I'm seeing here is like a testimony that INEC is getting it right.
Have you got any feedback from other polling units, other areas?
So far this morning.
So far, so good this morning.
Well, a couple of friends are calling me to say I'm getting a lot of votes from different places. But I'm not there. I'm here. Here I know that PDP or whatever will not get one vote here because this is my home and my people love me. So for that reason, I have nothing to fear in my home.
There were concerns about security generally. I know you've been in Benin for the last few days. You have also come here. What is your impression on security deployment for the election?
Yeah, I know that everything they are saying about security, this, that is hyping. I know nothing is happening. You can see. Nobody is fighting. No knockout even. No a stick of matches. So it's just for people to scare people away from voting. That, Obaseki is, I don't know. His wisdom, I don't know. He wanted to cause fire in Edo State. I invariably cause fire in Nigeria. I think it's perfect. Everything will be okay. By the grace of God, everything is moving perfectly.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, that is Monday Okpebolo, who cast his ballot at Owesan Urua, talking about the process there, which he said commended and said that obviously INEC has improved upon its processes over time because it was a smooth one for him, from what he said. And he also talked about not having any fear because it's his home. So
and he also said something I also like, that he couldn't say of other areas.
Yes, but he can speak about where he is because that is where he is, and so he cannot talk about that.
So it's only when we see pictures from other areas we would think, we would know whether what is enjoying there, the peace, the calm, the serenity, and the equanimity.
When it's across the board.
Exactly.
But perhaps you want to respond to some other things.
Yes, he said so. But again, politicians again will always look for. If you give a politician a microphone, he will say a lot of things. As you saw him now, he's already castigating the other opponent and also boasting that the other party will not have one vote and all that. I'm sure if you also go to the other party, they will say, "Oh, don't worry.
Exactly. This is my home.
This is my home. Can't get any single vote over there. We are going to win. We already won. That's exactly what they always do. That's why I'm telling you that. That's why you always have politicians contesting these votes because to them they are the best to happen to the people. So if the pendulum swings the other way, they think they have been shortchanged, and then they go berserk in the manner of speaking, and then they are going to the court to now give them the victory they think they have lost.
Okay.
During the process.
You're from Edo State,
yes.
And let's address the issue of voter apathy.
Yeah.
Now, for persons who are actually watching you right now, what do you say to people who just like, let me just stay home, I'm not interested in going out to vote.
Watch what they are doing on TV.
Let me just watch TVC and. But what do you say to them?
But to those people, I would tell them that their destiny is also tied to good governance. What I mean, destiny, I'm using that word loosely. Because if you're going to get the best of things for yourself, for your children, schools, and all that, you must be part of the process that will bring leaders that will ensure that you get those things. If you want a better, quality education, leaders that will ensure that. So if you don't put leaders that will ensure quality education, your children can't get good education. If you want to have good roads to travel on and all that, or travel by element, then if you don't get good governance and putting people there. So if you just sit down and you are pathetic to say, let them go and do it, then you have no cause to complain when you are not getting the dividends of democracy, they call it, or the deliverables. So you must be part of the process. If you are there, you know you have voted your conscience, you have voted, you've done it right, then you can have cause to say, okay, this person is not doing it right. Though I didn't vote for those, I voted for him, but this is not what I expect him to do or her to do when I voted. But if you are there, you have no cause to complain if it's not going right at all, because you should change the system. If you had voted, you would have added to the voices of those people who chose the leaders.
I agree, because this is someone that will decide your next 4 years.
One vote is very, very important.
Exactly.
Particularly when we have this, what they call the first past the post system of election, okay? Not using electoral college. Veronica scored 100 votes. I scored 102 votes. That's first past the post. I breasted the tape before you.
Yeah.
So I'm declared the winner. You understand? That one vote is very important. So if that man or that woman will say that Verona gets 100 votes, I get maybe 2 people, I get 100. Or if you are wanting to vote for me, Veronica got 100 because 5 people didn't come, I get lower. So you can't. So you caused my defeat. So that's what people don't know. If you have your conscience, I'm voting conscience according to this, then you don't just sit down, let your conscience die with you. You must match your conscience with your action. The action is to go over there and vote and thumbprint so that you can actually give victory to that person.
What do you think then that we are missing out in this matter of voter education and awareness creation? Because there are so many non-governmental organizations that carry out this issue of educating voters, carry out creating awareness. They go the whole hog.
Yes.
Yet we are still seeing these kinds of reactions from the electorate. What are we missing?
What we are missing is good governance. When somebody votes, you vote in someone expecting that there will be deliverables. 1 year gone, nothing.
So invariably, before you continue, you're saying that education is not the issue.
People have been educated, they are highly educated politically. They know that the power is to vote. But does their vote give them the power? You understand? It's okay, they want to cause a change. Maybe the person who is there is not doing well. Let them cause a change. The power they think they want to cause a change, is that vote gives them the power? That's number one. Number two.
Okay, that now comes to the issue of the process. Does their vote count?
Exactly. Does their vote count? Or does his vote count? Apart from that, when the people the government have been inaugurated, okay, are they getting better life? So we say, okay, I voted last time, but what did he give me? Gary is still like this, rice is still like this, and all that. But if you have voted in a government and the government have been inaugurated, and you see all of a sudden, not all of a sudden per se, over time, you see the tumbling of prices, in the market and all that, then you can say, oh, let's do it next time. In that case, the issue of vote buying will be reduced, because you say, okay, once we change, if somebody wasn't right, if leader wasn't right, and you were able to vote the person out, and you put the person that you think like, and you're delivering goods, so you see tumbling down of food prices, they'll be happy.
But in 2023, we saw that a lot of changes happened with regards to this matter of voting.
Yes, because people were expecting. I know why. There was a consensus, not all over Nigeria, that the government of the day then wasn't really good to them. So somebody was coming to say it was going to change narrative. Okay. We suffered for 8 years. Let's change this guy. Like 2015, for instance, you see, PDP was in power for 16 years. Then APC and the amalgamation. Please, one of the parties that were there for 16 years came. It was the people said, okay, we're going to have a change. You now have this issue of change mantra of one of the parties and all that. People were expectations were very high. They said petrol was going to be 87 naira from just. So it galvanized the people to vote. So when you make those promises and you carry it out, you don't need any education for people to queue behind you or queue behind the process. It is the government. When you give good governance, by default, You are educating the people that they have the power behind the ballot. That's the way it goes.
Well, I agree with you. I totally.
You seem to be agreeing with me.
I agree with you. Before you told me,
you seem to be agreeing with me.
all right. Let's just Chas.
Yes.
We must thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your time on the show this morning. Chas, a journalist and public affairs analyst. Thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
I know that you will be rushing down to your station.
And I also pray that Edo gets it right, because we have cause to always go home and all that. Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We take a break now. When we return, the conversation continues in the studio. Stay with us.
I'm Miriam Lunge. I'm a passionate environment advocate and a published author.
I am the founder of Celebration, a businesswoman, and a fashion icon.
I am a wealth coach and a real estate developer.
I am Amakora Akwe. I'm a corporate commercial lawyer and an entrepreneur.
Welcome to our hacker. I am Ramatu Shehu Oyibo, an entrepreneur and a business coach.
I am the voice of an average Muslim woman, an hijabite, and a lawyer.
I am a polymath and a serial entrepreneur.
I am Murayo Afolabi Brown, Managing Director, TVC Entertainment. I'm a media consultant, producer, and broadcaster.
The ladies of your view are made of women from different professions, tribes, cultures, and religion. Join us every Monday to Friday as we share our views on topical and social issues.
Business lives on the fast track of numbers. Business is a strange world where low numbers mean something different. In its currency are speed and time. Finding the open doors of Main Street is not just good business, it's the start of the business. Join us every weekend on Business Week.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked, and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move weigh in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to Journalists Hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays 1:30 p.m. The month of September, it is dedicated to childhood cancer awareness. On the 8th of September is the International Literacy Day. On the 9th of September is the International Day to Protect Education from Attack. The 10th of September is the World Suicide Prevention Day, while on the 11th of September is the remembrance of the bombing of the World Trade Center in the United States, popularly known as the 9/11. On the 15th of September is the International Day of Democracy. On the 16th of September is the International Day for the Preservation of the Ozone Layer. The 21st of September is the International Day of Peace. The 23rd of September is the International Day of Sign Languages. The 26th of September is the World Maritime Day and the International Day for the total elimination of nuclear weapons. On the 27th of September is the World Tourism Day. On the 29th of September is the World Heart Day. Stay tuned to TVC News for this reports and analysis.
TVC News, first with breaking news.
Akiwande Oluwole Soyinka was born on 13th July 1934 in Abeokuta, Nigeria, to parents Samuel and Grace Soyinka. His education began with the Christian lessons of his parents as well as the more traditional Yoruba spiritual customs taught to him by his grandfather. He had his preparatory university studies at Government College Ibadan in 1954, subsequently University College Ibadan, and he continued at the University of Leeds, earned a bachelor's degree in English literature. Soyinka's master's degree focused on projects combining his Yoruba culture with traditional British theatre traditions. He later returned to school in Nigeria to study African theatre, during which time he continued to produce poems and plays, one of which appeared on Nigerian television. Shortly after, he became the chief of the Cathedral of Drama at the University of Ibadan. Nigeria had only recently gained independence from Britain and political corruption was at a high. Soyinka's plays and poems became increasingly political and he began giving speeches protesting government corruption. He was accused of conspiring with the Biafra rebels. He was therefore arrested and imprisoned in 1967 for almost 2 years during the Civil War, but managed during his time to write numerous poems. He was finally released in 1969 after a brief period in France. He returned to his position at the university where he founded the magazine Black Orpheus. He left his position and Nigeria in 1971, wary of the political climate of the country. During this time, he published books of poetry and essays. His plays were collected and published, and newer plays were staged. In 1986, he was the first African to win the Nobel Prize in Literature for a wide cultural perspective and with poetic overtones fashioning the drama of existence. He dedicated his acceptance speech to Nelson Mandela and used the platform to criticize apartheid. Later that same year, Soyinka was awarded the Ajib Prize and in 1988 published his book Mandela's Earth and other poems as well as art, dialogue, and outrage, essays on literature and culture. He also accepted a position at Cornell University. Throughout his life, he has served as a spokesman against apartheid and government corruption. He has won numerous other awards for his work, including the Anisfield Wolf Book Award, the Academy of Achievement Golden Plate Award, and the Ajib Prize for Literature, and he has taught at many prestigious universities, including Emory University, Harvard, and Obafemi Awolowo University. In his lifetime, Soyinka has published 2 novels, 3 collections of short stories, made 3 movies, translated 2 novels, 5 memoirs, 7 poetry collections, 13 essay collections, and produced nearly 30 plays. He holds honorary doctorates from numerous universities and has been invited to teach in schools around the world. He continues to write prolifically in spite of a bout with prostate cancer in 2014. Wole Soyinka, the Nigerian playwright and political activist, has positioned himself as a voice of the voiceless through his piece of art. He has distinguished himself as the African icon that continuously makes a mark in African literature and the world at large.
Thank you for staying with us. It's still the live coverage of the Edo Governorship election, where we have been bringing you details of developments as it relates to the election. We have seen some of the leading governorship candidates cast their ballot. For instance, Monday Okpebholo has cast his ballot, and we have also seen the mother of Adams Oshomole also cast a ballot, and she talked about how important it is that the process goes seamlessly. We also saw the police come out to say that they made some arrests of some political thugs yesterday, and are saying that they are ready to walk the talk and ensure that the process is seamless and safe for the electorate to turn out and cast their ballot. We've seen the rain pouring, but that didn't stop some of the residents of Edo State turning out to go exercise their franchise. And we have seen that INEC, at some location, polling units, walked the talk of ensuring that the materials were delivered in time, while some areas, INEC materials, voting materials, were not delivered on time as well. Standing by now to speak with us is Theophilus Ilama, a senior reporter. He's at Udomi Primary School in Wesa. He is going to bring us up to speed with the developments with regards to voting processes, the turnout of persons there, and what the situation is at Western Primary School. Theophilus, paint us a picture of how the process is going there.
All right, Veronica, of course, the process has been seamless so far. Before we got to this area, we had to go through some bad roads coupled with the rain and everything. It took us about an hour or so, or a bit more, to get here, about 2 hours here to get here. And we got here and met the governorship candidates already on the queue waiting to vote. Of course, there are 3 polling units here at Udomi Primary School in Owesa. The governorship candidate of the APC cast his ballot at the first polling unit down there. As you can see with my hand, is that first polling unit there. And after which we spoke with him, he described the process as seamless and free and fair, and of course commended INEC for the work it has done. And of course, he also commended security agencies for the work they have done as well in ensuring that everyone can be accredited and they can cast their ballot. You can see that despite the fact that rain fell and it's drizzling as we speak, people are still here waiting to cast their ballot, and some people are waiting just in front of me here under the canopies, waiting to monitor the process, even as we have international observers who have come around. INEC officials have come around to observe the process as well, and they have described it as a very fair process so far.
All right. And quickly talk to us, if INEC came in on time with necessary materials for the people to exercise their franchise. That's on the one hand. How have the people been relating also with security operatives present at the polling unit?
Well, first of all, the officials got here quite on time, set up on time. They got, like we were at INEC yesterday at Irua, and the materials were distributed. And this is Ward 2. Now, Ward 2 was one of the first wards that got their unit because of the distance and the fact that the road leading to this area is not really motorable. And so they had to leave on time. And so they got here quite on time. As for the security operatives, the people are working with them well. The security operatives have been cooperating and ensuring that the peace is kept, and the people have been obeying every order that has been given to them. Even as we're coming to this place, we saw several checkpoints, and at different points we had to identify ourselves, and they allowed us past. But if you cannot identify yourself, they'll either send you back or just keep you somewhere to wait if where you are heading to is quite far. But of course, security agencies we're doing quite a good job of ensuring that law and order is maintained. We got in here and we saw that everybody was doing well. Everybody was sitting down, ensuring that the process goes on fine. Everybody was orderly, and security operatives that were here were doing their job to ensure that the elections goes on quite fine.
All right, Theophilus, have you had a conversation with some of the people that you said sitting down? You tried to talk to them to just know their view. Are they comfortable and confident in INEC and the process? And also, the issue of voter apathy did not really occur there. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, the issue of voter apathy didn't really occur there. Like you can see, I'm going to walk behind here. You will see a lot of people here waiting for the process to be done so they can monitor the count, the vote count, and all of that. Edo residents in this area who have come to cast their ballot have described the process as quite good. They say that it's quite seamless so far. You just got in there, got accredited, and voted. But as it is, we still have people coming in to cast their ballot. So we expect that at this particular area, Owesam Primary School, we should expect that the process finishes on time. But we're also expecting that people will stay back to monitor the process and monitor the vote counts and all of that. And that's been, Edo residents are very politically aware, and so they will stay to monitor the process and ensure that nothing happens in this area.
All right, Theophilus, I see a number of persons there. Let's talk about the demographics now. The women against the men. That was one concern that our former guest who was in the studio, Chasideho, mentioned, that he is worried that, seemingly worried, that women, there was not much turnout of women at the polling units. Talk to us what your observations are with regards to that. That's on the one hand. And then were provisions made for persons with disability where you are?
All right, Veronica, from what we have seen on the ground, we saw that there were a lot of women here. Yes, definitely there are more men than women, but the demography is quite, it's not too much. The difference is not too much. We see a lot of women here. A lot of them coming. I sent a video earlier, which I took from my phone, of the governorship candidate with an elderly woman who came to vote here. So if you can see, there's some women sitting down there. Several people are checking for their names at the register there. A lot of women are here as well to cast their ballot. This shows the level of awareness that everyone has as it regards this election. But there are a lot of women here, there are a lot of men here, but all the same, it seems to be even, but not quite even.
And for persons with disability, talk to us about the provisions made for them by INEC.
All right, so far so good. We haven't seen anybody with disability come here to cast their ballot. But what we have noticed, what I have noticed is that I saw when an elderly person came to vote, it's either officials will come and help her to go up, or residents will come and help the elderly person to the staircase and cast their ballot and leave. There seems to be some form of cooperation amongst voters in this place, such that they are allowing the elderly move forward to cast their ballot and leave so that they can go home and rest. That's what we have seen here so far.
Earlier on, at some polling units, we saw the presence of the EFCC, as you know, to address the matter of vote buying. I haven't seen anyone wear an EFCC shirt where you are, but perhaps you could tell us if they are present at that polling unit.
Well, Veronica, we haven't seen any EFCC official here as regards vote buying. And my mindset is that because of the distance between here and the main town of Irwa, it might take a while for them to get here because of how long it took us to get here as well. But for now, we haven't seen any official of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission come here to check vote buying. And from what we have seen so far, we haven't seen anything of that sort. And EFCC officials, we haven't seen anyone so far.
Now, you want to ask a question? Okay. Now, the other matter would be how long or how far are the people willing to go to ensure that their votes count? We see that some persons are still seated there. I'm wondering if it is that they are yet to cast their ballot, or what's the situation of things with them?
Well, from what we have seen, many of them have cast their ballot and are just waiting. When we got to Benin City on Sunday and got to work immediately, we spoke with people both in Benin City and, of course, in Irua when we came, and we realized that they are saying that they will do anything they have to do to ensure that they protect their vote and vote in the right leaders that will lead Edo State. So that's what we have seen here so far, and that's why we see people sitting down under the canopies we showed earlier, and people waiting here. Some people have actually cast their ballots here, but they are still waiting. They're still waiting to ensure that their vote counts. Many people have said they are not leaving until the process is ended.
Of course, I could see some women holding chairs. It seems they want to, find a comfortable...
they want to sit down and rest.
Where they can sit and monitor the process.
And you can see an elderly woman as well.
Right, but quickly, Theophilus, before we let you go, the machines, how effective have they been? Has there been an incident of perhaps a breakdown of a beavers or any of the machines, the processes? How smooth has it been?
Well, Veronica, so far we haven't seen an incident where the beavers did not work. We have seen that people going to cast their ballots it's been going on quite smoothly. So far so good. We haven't seen that incident, but we are still here and we will monitor as well. We'll keep monitoring to see if that will happen. But so far we haven't seen any of that.
All right, Theophilus, I will definitely keep tabs with you for more developments out of Udomi Primary School, Wesa, where you are right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Theophilus.
All right, we'll move over quickly. We have Hamzat Lawal, who is Executive Director, Connected Development Civil Society Group, monitoring the election. He is in Benin. Hamzat, thank you for joining us. So from your perspective, how has the process been?
So that the process can continue. Sorting of materials and voting started early in this polling unit. We have massive turnout. I see that they're giving preference or priority for older people, people with disability, and older women and pregnant women. On our way here, we see that there's a lot of security. We have roadblock manned by the Nigerian army. We see here various polling units. Here I have about 11 different polling units at this location in Lera Center. There's men of the Nigerian police and civil defense here, ensuring the professional of life and property. The BVAS is working optimally. It takes less than even 10 seconds for accreditation by the deciding officer. So far so good. Everything here is in legend and everything is in fine.
How do you describe the professionalism of the security agents at the location where you are?
Over to the polling unit and they are unarmed. The armed security personnel are the ones providing corridor security. So you don't see armed security personnel closer to the polling unit. They're just by the fence and on the road. While the unarmed men, at least in each polling unit, you can see joint security efforts. You see police and civil defense. At least you see 2. In some cases, there are even 4, depending on the numbers of accredited registered voters in the polling unit.
Right. So if you're to gauge, how will you gauge the enthusiasm of the electorates? And is there an issue of voter apathy there?
That we're having rain for, and after rain, they'll still come out in mass. So there's some of them here who have casted their ballot. There are a lot of them who are waiting to cast their ballot. They're just waiting for the rain to stop. So there's no voter apathy here. They're really excited. They want their vote and their voice to be heard. They want to use their permanent voter card on their term to ensure that they're not disenfranchised and their voice is captured in the decision that brings about the next government of a district.
Perhaps any incident of the beavers machine malfunctioning or any incident, so to speak. Did you notice anything as such?
And by the way, there is even a technician here. I met with the INEC technician on ground, and so far they've not have any issue of beavers machine. I've gone to over 13 polling units here, and there are no issues. Identified the early time was around 8:30, where some of the materials have not left this rack center to the polling unit. But as I speak to you, I can confirm that they've arrived they've set up, and even voting is ongoing in those polling units. Because I spoke to the supervisor and he told me, oh, it was due to some logistics. The buses were not enough to convey the NYC core members, and there were not enough security on ground to escort the bus with the sensitive and non-sensitive material with the NYC core member to the polling unit, which is, we say, is about 5 kilometers away from Edo here.
Great INEC's performance, preparedness, and the transparency of this process that you have witnessed.
They're engaging. We saw that they sorted sensitive materials, they carried civil society observers along the way, enough security, and there is enough sensitization and awareness in the part of the electorate. But it's too early to also sort of gauge and for INEC on the overall performance. So for now, we'll wait until voting flows, sorting would start, counting would start, and we'll see how the IREF will provide real-time information and the coalition, both at the local government and the INEC situation. So for now, it's too early to for INEC, but we're still on ground looking at real-time incidents and situations, and we'll definitely provide feedback subsequently.
Conversation with those that have actually casted their votes and those still waiting to cast their votes. Have you tried to maybe gauge their, the impression of INEC's performance, talking about the integrity-wise, on their trust, the confidence they have in INEC?
People here are optimistic and they want to give INEC a benefit of doubt. It's interesting that the INEC ad hoc
that they should create a free and fair level playing field.
Of in this election, governorship election, Aswe Godalu, speaking about the process, I believe he has cast his ballot.
And there's some known police officers, particularly in Urumi area, who are trying to settle scores, and it's not necessary. And they're using the police force to try and settle personal scores. And this is not fair. And we've said this before. The chairman of the party said this at the press conference some weeks ago. And we keep saying this. Policemen, if they want to be politicians, they should retire and come and be politicians. But if you're a policeman and you're being a policeman and a politician, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Thank you very much.
Election is supposed to close at 2 p.m. But they didn't start at 8. This is well over 10 o'clock in the morning. Will you advocate for an extension of time?
Most definitely. If the INEC officials have just come, the process hasn't even started, so we're over 2 hours delayed. So the only fair thing would be for closure to be extended as much time. So closure should be extended maybe 2 or 3 hours, whatever time we've delayed. That's the only fair thing. So that everybody can get to vote. You see everybody sitting down there very quietly. They are there in large numbers. They can't be disenfranchised. They can't. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Aswe Igodalo, one of the major contenders of these elections, speaking about the process, talking about the delays of INEC, bringing materials for the process to begin, and he said it's about 2 hours delay. We recall that we had spoken with a correspondent who was there, Ikenna Mechi, who talked about the fact that INEC had not come as at the time that we were speaking with him. And now the governorship candidate has come out to air his displeasure with the fact that INEC did not begin the process in due time. And he's saying that the people there will not be disenfranchised. And we can only hope that INEC comes out to speak to this issue so as to assuage the governorship candidate and address the concerns.
Maybe they should extend the time.
They're extending the time, but I believe that INEC were looking to extend in the time if the people had a 2-hour delay.
Yes.
Some persons would have returned home. Others have to go and call them to say, you know what, INEC has begun, come out and come and do this. So the INEC has to look at extending the time for the people. And earlier on, we had spoken with Theophilus Elama, who brought us up to speed with developments out of Udomi Primary School, Uwesa. And we also spoke with Hamzat Lawal, who is Executive Director, Civil Connected Development, who was telling us the perspective of the civil society on the process so far. And he is still standing by to speak with us on this. We just saw one of the leading contenders, Asue Igodalo, expressing concern with the fact that INEC, there's been 2-hour delay at Ewohimi, his own polling unit, and he's calling for an extension of time. He said the people cannot be disenfranchised as it is. Let's get your perspective on this quickly, Hamzat.
Definitely extend time, and INEC would always say that until the last person on the queue is casted their votes before they close each polling unit. So I'm sure that INEC would look into this and ensure that no one is disenfranchised, because this election is very important. I will send the enthusiasm and the interest of the electorate, and I'm very sure and confident that INEC will look into this matter. But also, this is another call to really look at how the INEC undertake a logistics, because this is an off-cycle election. And in Nigeria today, just only in Edo State that election is ongoing. So I see no reason why there should still be logistical challenges. So what have you learned in a day?
All right. Hamzat, we need to quickly put you on hold so we can cross over to correspondent Ikenna Mechi to bring us up to speed with this development where Asue Igodalo is not happy with development coming out of Ewohimi, where you had told us earlier on that INEC had not come to that location, the polling unit rather, with materials. And he has said that INEC delayed for about 2 hours. Quickly bring us up to speed what transpired, and when did INEC actually show up?
All right, Veronica, I can confirm to you that INEC officials arrived at exactly 10:30 a.m. That's exactly 2 hours after voting should have started at this polling unit. And of course, immediately after the arrival of the INEC officials, one of the candidates of a major political party arrived here, and he actually expressed his dissatisfaction over the delay, and perhaps he's still giving them a benefit of doubt about why the delay. They've arrived, and we've seen that they are setting their materials, and they want to immediately, commence vote accreditation and voting. A lot of voters are already lined up and sitting in the rain. It has been raining since morning, and they are eager to come out and exercise their franchise. And for what the candidates actually said, that voting will have to be extended because of the time that has been, delayed because of the arrival of material, and the people here are still upbeat about casting their votes.
Did INEC officials give reasons for the delay?
All right, the reason that they gave was logistics problem. The materials were being moved from the headquarters of this local government, Esan Southeast, which is Ubiaja, and moving it from there to this point. That's where they have logistic problem. Vehicle they are conveying on had a challenge. So that's what they are giving as the reason for the delay. The 2 hours delay that made them to be arriving here, and we are still waiting for voting and accreditation to commence. They are still setting up their materials and to commence voting. But we hope that what the candidate said will be actually put into account so that by the person that will be, because if you look behind me, there are a lot of people and they are still coming out of their houses because it's actually raining right now. A lot of people are out here.
Okay, now looking
Veronica.
at this, now that the voting process is about to start and people have started coming, even though they are not coming in their numbers, how would you gauge the professionalism of the security agencies? Because I think we heard some of the things the governorship candidate was talking about. The police officers. To tell us what's going on there.
Well, from my observation, the security situation here has been okay. He might be talking about some other locations because for him as the governorship candidate, we'll be getting information from other locations of what has been happening about his supporters. But for this location, the only shortfall here is that of the electoral body who did not come on time to start the exercise. But for the security situation, everywhere is calm. The police officers here that are in the polling units are here manning the place. There was no situation to call for any insecurity or safety concern here. We have about 4 police officers manning this particular polling units at Ward 1, Unit 3.
Okay. We saw behind you there Aswe Godalo and his wife. I think they are walking towards the INEC officials to see perhaps if they can cast their ballot now. But we'll get back to you, Iken Amechi, for more updates. Earlier on, we saw the live pictures there from Esako. Adams Oshomole was on the queue to cast his ballot, and it seems that he has done that already. We can see the presence of security operatives standing there monitoring the process as well as the press, and we also see a number of persons also standing on the queue monitoring what is going on. We know that definitely Adams Oshomole will want to speak with the press on what he makes of the process, how professional they were, and what he is expecting at the end of the day, or what is the missing gap there with the process. He would definitely give us his view.
Well, so far so good. We've not heard of any incident of maybe ballot snatching and all of it. We've not heard any.
We hope we do
exactly.
Not hope to hear.
It will just go smoothly.
As with regards to what the police said, the statement they put out, the persons that the political thugs that they arrested who are in their custody, and then we saw that just the delay of the delivery of materials, electoral materials. But then we have in the studio Victor Ohai, a former presidential candidate, with us. Good morning, Victor.
Good morning.
It's good to have you join us.
Good to be here.
Forgive us, we've been, we have to talk about all of these issues, and you have been following, developments with coming out of Edo State, how the process has been. We saw where one of the governorship candidates was complaining that his own location, talking about Aswe Godalo, complaining that materials were delayed, and our correspondent said that what INEC told them was logistic issues. Their vehicle had broke down perhaps, or had issues, had challenges. But so far so good. What do you make of the process from what you have seen?
Well, I'd say that it's been good so far. There was palpable fear of violence, but I guess that the presence of the security forces has kept them,
at bay.
Yeah, at bay. But issues like delay is to be expected sometimes. And I worry, although I know that the sheer logistics of moving these things around, we can't ask INEC to own its own vehicles. The cost will be just too much, and maintenance is another thing. So they have this wonderful arrangement with the
National Union of Road Transport Workers.
Yes, and so, but in the process, like everything else in Nigeria, a bit of corruption, man-o-man, if you like, and then you see a recreative vehicle, you want to do favors, and then you give it to them. Otherwise, there's no reason for any vehicle that is not roadworthy to be on this assignment. So, but the important thing is that they have arrived, they've delivered, and I know that, and I expect that INEC would,
extend the time.
Extend the time. I mean, it's only fair to do that, so that if he gets some that might come very late, might go into the night, so it's to be expected. So I think that that's got to be taken care of.
Yeah, talking about the issue of this logistics getting there on time, it's always like a recurring decimal. 2023 election, we heard that in different places as well. Is there no solution, if you're to prefer a solution? They have arrangements with NURTW. Is that something else that maybe the government or INEC can do so that this kind of issues would not occur again?
Well, two things. One, I think that going forward, I mean, just drawing from some of the things I've heard,
yes,
today and this morning, if vehicles are breaking down, then obviously, now that there are enough security forces involved already, or paramilitary, but road safety, we should ensure that whichever vehicles are going to move these things are roadworthy. That's one, because we can't afford a breakdown.
Sure.
That's very, very important. So you have to, your vehicle has to be roadworthy, and you have to demonstrate that you have enough fuel. I know that these are times of scarcity, but I was listening to another station this morning where, what's her name now, Professor Udom, was in charge of the election in Edo State, was saying that they had paid, they paid the drivers 50%,
okay,
and that upon delivery, they'll be given the balance, the remaining 50%. So what that presupposes is that with the upfront, you should be able to fuel your car, your vehicle, and if do the necessary things. But it's so important that vehicles that do this assignment have to be roadworthy.
Absolutely.
There are difficult areas, and I have to be honest with you, Edo is one of the most difficult terrains right now. The roads are bad. The roads are bad. It has one of the worst road networks in the country right now.
So are you saying VIO, road safety officials should be?
No, I'm not necessarily saying so.
Not
I'm
to
just
check
saying
for roadworthiness of
for vehicle, no, ahead of time, not on a day like this.
No, okay, ahead of time.
To approve the vehicles
okay,
that will go, make sure that they're roadworthy.
Okay.
Because you can't go with a bad tire, for instance. If you have a flat tire on the way, it contributes to it. If there's a breakdown, it contributes to it. So that's something that's really going to help. So make sure the vehicles are truly roadworthy and that they're fit for the journey. Because they're going to be traveling long distances, yeah.
So now there was another complaint made by the governorship candidate, Aswe Ighodalo, talking about security personnel, where he was saying if they want to be part of politics, then they should just resign their jobs and, take on this role of being politicians. Perhaps he had seen something and that is making him raise concerns. And we recall that the police had said that they were not going to be, there was nothing going to be political about their role. They were going to be as professional as possible. And that those who were perhaps serving certain persons as escort or whatever it may be will be withdrawn. But raising these kinds of concerns at a critical day such as this and at a critical time, what do you make of it?
Okay, so if I were him, I'll just stay focused on the election. And if you see something, then record it and then be specific. It's important at times because the complaint, genuine as it sounds, doesn't help his case or the police. So it's important when you make reports like this to be specific and to say XYZ happened at so-and-so place, and this officer with the name, because usually they would have their tags. Yes, this officer with this name at so-and-so polling unit did XYZ. It helps. So you're direct. You speak directly to the point. When you talk the way he spoke, then it makes it seem like you're just
politicizing.
Yeah, politicizing the issue or complaining unnecessarily. So, like I said, it's not that there's no merit in what he has said, but he has not helped
his case.
The thing is, speak with facts.
Okay, the
Yes,
facts.
speak with facts. Throw them up. Mention names. Okay. Mention the polling units. Mention exactly what happened. Okay. But if you say, okay, the police are trying to do this, if they want to be part of it, then they should pull down their uniform and do that. It's like just whining, and that's not, at this moment, that's not what is required.
All right, let's look at the voter turnout.
Yes.
Okay. What's your opinion of it? Are you impressed with the voter turnout, or you think you can still do better?
Okay, so maybe the media has not helped that much, I'll say, because we've been focusing on key players, and all that. The only place I saw a crowd...
That's what the thought. We have Adams. Yeah,
this is important because if you just watch television, analysts, many of them are not even sure that they are registered voters. We think that today is going to be a civil war. But people have overruled the prophets of doom, the marchers of violence, by the way they have queued up. These are not graduates. You really need to lecture them. They are not going to be taught by younger Africa that we need to conduct ourselves peacefully. You see them here. These are the real Nigerians. And secondly, you can see everywhere, the classrooms of the doors are open. Nobody is taking money from anybody. And if you listen to some of them in their language, they say, let's vote, we are hungry now so that we can go and find something to eat. Now, what is, for me, my interpretation, hunger is not a justification for vote buying or vote selling. Actually, if there are no sellers, there will be no buyers.
So you believe that there are no cases of vote buying?
Don't my belief, you can see it. And I've called other people. So I think I saw some FCC people around. Now, as if they are found any, because they are trained to sniff around. But number three, look at how peaceful the queue is. Look at the length of the queue. And people vote and go, they vote and go. You can see. Also, you notice that for every woman that is voting, you have about 5 women, which is why we always say during the campaign that no woman, no nation, no woman, no democracy. Thirdly, those who talk about, the economy as an excuse for this, they are idle commentators. By this I mean, whether you are happy or not, whether you are hungry or not, it's the more reason you want to make sure that you exercise your right to dismiss a government you don't want and hire a governor that you want. That is the experience they are making. So those who try to rationalize bad behavior by reference to the economy, that is why people behave. No, bad conduct is a bad conduct. Poverty is not synonymous with madness. So I'm happy to see very ordinary people. These are the real forgotten majority of rural Nigerians. And if you put these communities together, they are far much more than the elite in the cities.
I would like you to address some of the issues. There have been, the police have made arrests of some opposition party members. And I want you to address that and talk to us about how important it is for people.
Now, the essence is that you know that some people said this election will not take place. There will be do or die. Other people say they will not. So whatever has to be done to put those guys who want to disrupt peaceful. Now, these guys are here peacefully. If they find somebody planning somewhere how to come and hijack this outcome, it makes sense to prevent him from doing so. We will allow one person to veto what hundreds or thousands of people are doing. So for me, that is it. We must protect the system. The people want democracy. They don't want dictatorship, including civilian dictatorship. And civilian dictator is anyone who, through the instrument of gun or other violent means, prevent people from voting with a view to falsify outcome in his favor. And everything has to be done to put those minority, no more than 0.0001% of people who want to undermine democracy, they have to be dealt with so that the majority of the people's interests can be protected and the will of the people prevail. So for me, there is no question. We must filter the system Yeah.
So the last question for me for you, sir, is that in some polling units there were delayed arrival of INEC ad hoc staff. Do you also believe that INEC should review the timing for this election?
I think 8 o'clock is good enough. I mean, now I can't begin to comment on what I have not seen. These people are here, and I know that our next standard policy is that once you have showed up, they will not stop you from voting. I think that has always been their standard thing. Now the people are here. I don't see anybody who is going to tell them not to vote. So I think the problem with you to the media, don't focus on the alleged negative. Because what you are telling me now, I have not seen it in the camera. Talk to me about what you are seeing here. Eyewitness, not hear, see. You understand? So, but my happiness is that these people who are the forgotten majority of rural people are showing to the elite hunger is not a reason for us to sell our votes. We will queue. We will not fight. We will make the sacrifice. Even carrying a baby on my back is not a reason I will I will deny myself the right to hire a big man called governor or dismiss a big man who was a governor and didn't perform and want to replace a continuation of more of the same bad current situation. So this is what we should focus on. And I've heard information from several rural communities. Of course, you know that those who are losing, they will want at the end of the day when they find out that they are not winning, at the point of collision, they want to go and cause trouble and so on. But I believe there are enough security men former security men to deal with those few miscreants. The truth is they exist. But that is why police, SSS, civil defense are mobilized to make sure that these small numbers of blood-sucking mercenaries who are hired by desperate people are put out of business, so that the wish of these huge numbers who are sacrificing the day to queue must prevail. And I'm proud of Nigerians. I'm proud of Edo people. But the bad guys among us, they are not a reflection of the will and the wishes of majority of our people. Even in the UK, in America, and so on, there are a few miscreants who try to undermine the system, whether they use knife to jack somebody and so on. But the thing to focus on is that in every society, there are people who are prone to violence. That's why you have police.
That's Senator Adam Soshomole, as usual, speaking the interesting conversation. He cast his ballot at Sako West local government area. And one critical matter, like he pointed out, was that the people have overruled the prophets of doom. Because leading up to the election, there was so much tension, campaign of violence, issues, just happening here and there were concerns. But from what he has said, is that the people have put that aside and come out to vote. There are those who are saying perhaps it's because of the presence of security operatives who have made them shown some level of confidence for them to turn out. I don't know what you believe made these people turn out at the end of the day. And he also talks about hunger is not a justification for vote buying. If there is no buyer, there won't be a seller, or if there's no seller, there won't be a buyer, so to speak. So we need you to address some of the issues he pointed out.
Now, let me start with the last one, the issue of hunger and all that. I think Nigerians are smarter now, and they have since realized that if you sell your vote, you will go you will go hungry for a longer time. Edo people are sophisticated; they are voters, and if there's any place in this country where you talk about dignity and poverty, what I mean is a man may be poor, but he holds his head very high. I can tell you, it's Edo State. You will not say because you're hungry, as we say in street parlance, say call Malu brother because you want to eat beef. You know what I mean? So, so that I can say about Edo people. And so, yes, he's right to that extent. As for security, it's early days yet. Yes, the presence of security forces has, to a very large extent, helped to avert voter apathy in the sense that people are able to come out and vote knowing that the atmosphere is secure. But the reason I say it's early days yet is tension starts rising when the vote starts being counted.
Right.
Yes. So it's at that point, only when we go through that phase will you say it's okay. And so that may be the plan XYZ of, you know, some of them. And it could be, and you know, of course, that where votes are declared inconclusive or due to violence, and where there's violence, votes will be declared inconclusive. And this is where politicians pull up the tricks, tricks from their bag of tricks, where they will now say, okay, look, it looks like we're losing that place with the center there, scatter that place. You understand? So that their votes will not count. So it's all part of it. So I would say it's early days yet. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah. And so I'd say the police should not go to, and the security forces should not go to bed and think that it is well.
Okay.
Until,
if you could just hang on for a bit. We have correspondent Solomon Ajuziogo standing by at Iyaro. I hope I got that correctly. You were monitoring another political candidate's process of exercising his franchise. Talk to us what he makes of the process and how did it all go right where you are?
Well, Olumide Akpata just voted here at polling unit 11, Ward 6, New Benin at the Ministry of Education. It's a wholly renovated Ministry of Education here opposite Idia College at Iyaro. It's a huge crowd here. This complex houses 28 polling units in all, and he just voted. So far, he has expressed satisfaction with what he has seen, but, at this stage, he says that it is still too early to make any comments until he has gotten results from the field. He has to get feedback from the field to know exactly what has happened at other locations. But so far here, it's been peaceful. It was a huge crowd, but then there's a downpour here. The downpour has kept some people away. But earlier, before the rain came down, this whole place was filled up. Even the marshy ground, the whole place is marshy. It has not stopped people from coming to vote. It's been a huge crowd coming out here. And one of the voters around here told me that this has been a very peaceful election. If we go by the antecedents here, what has happened previously in this area when people come to vote, that this voting, this election has been very peaceful. Despite the rain, people haven't left. People are waiting to vote. If you look around, you see some of them under the canopies here, taking their time and waiting their turn. As you go around, 14 polling units on this side, and then another 14 polling units on the other side of the building here. People are still looking for their names and trying to cast their ballots and staying under the canopy just to wait for their turn. Even in uncompleted buildings around the Ministry of Education, people are waiting there trying to take their turn. The rain was one issue that was talked about leading up to this election, and that how it might affect it. But it seems that the people of Edo State are resolved, rain or no rain, to have a say in who becomes their governor.
All right, I like that part, that the people of Edo State are resolved that come rain, come shine, we will definitely vote. But let's look at the equipments of INEC. Have you heard issues of maybe the beavers did not work or whatever? Have you heard anything of such?
So far, there has been nothing like that here. The voters have not had issues. In some of the clips we've forwarded earlier, you see that there has been no complaints about beavers. It took Olumide Akpata himself, the candidate who waited briefly in line to cast his vote when the people had to actually make space for him to vote. Not more than, wasn't up to 1 minute for him to vote actually. Immediately he got the accreditation point. He checked up with his voter card, and then the beavers checked in, there was no error at all. In less than 1 minute, he cast his ballot and spoke to the media. So far, there has been no complaint at all about malfunctioning equipment, working, or any other centers. And it's
right. Solomon, okay. I will definitely get back to him as soon as we can. Obviously, the three major candidates have cast their ballot. But Solomon, one quick question I want to ask is the professionalism of security operatives, as well as if the EFCC operatives are also present there, because we saw them present at one of the polling units in the state checking for any incidents of vote buying. What can you tell us about that?
Well, apart from the police officers here, many other agencies are not particularly visible, maybe because it's peaceful, or maybe because they are in plain clothes, and so for them to be effective, they probably have to be in plain clothes to be able to fish out those who are doing vote buying. There is nothing of such going on here, except if they are hiding somewhere to do it. We're in an open place. The only thing that has made people huddle together under canopies is the rain, and you can see it's a downpour. Actually, it seems relentless. The people are waiting, but there's nothing about vote buying occurring here. Maybe if it happens later. As for the security operatives here, they've not had any major issue to deal with, except that, well, when you have a huge crowd of this nature, you want to try to keep them orderly. The only other problem we've had was trying to move around. The soldiers and the police officers stationed on the road are very strict and very difficult. Sometimes we're asking the question, so what is the point of having the INEC duty, election duty permit, the stickers on our cars and all of them? What is the point in having the accreditation when we're on election duties and the police officers and the soldiers will make it difficult for us to move? And their argument is anybody could get those stickers, anybody could print those stickers and be moving around. And then we have to present our ID cards to affirm that we are actually journalists on election duty. And just as I'm talking to you now, another truckload of security operatives have arrived here. I don't think there's any reported case, but I think that what they have come to do is to have a look themselves and verify matters. They are here to look around to see what's happening, to ensure that it is going on orderly. These are men of the Civil Defense Forces. They're just here to look around. But so far, it's been peaceful.
Solomon, another question is the matter of persons with disability. Are they represented there, and was there any special arrangement made for them by INEC?
Well, here, the centers we've been to, you know that this is not just an INEC problem. This is also a town planning design issue. In this place at the Ministry of Education, which is even a newly built complex as it were, there is no such provision for movement for people on wheelchair or other people. That we've not seen anything here that represents that. Well, if the people with disability have come around to vote, I'm not sure there is anyone that will hinder them from voting. But in terms of structures, in terms of the design of the environment, it does not reflect that at all. People will do a self-help to be able to vote. People around them will assist them if they need to carry them. But here, there's been no such challenge, particularly.
Right, Solomon, we'll definitely keep tabs with you on more developments wherever you are. Thank you. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll continue. All right, thank you for staying with us. Those were sights and sounds from Edo State, various polling units and local government areas. Like we told you earlier, the three leading contenders of this governorship election have cast their ballot, and they have spoken about the process so far. And also, so far, there hasn't been any incident with INEC and the materials, either the beavers or any of those machinery that they are using as it is. Everything has been going on smoothly based on the information we are getting out of there. Our correspondents are scattered across the state, bringing us up to speed with development. As of yesterday, the police told us that they, arrested some persons whom they called political thugs, and that those persons are in their custody. For today, no incident has been recorded with regards to security issues. So far, so good. The process has been going on, and we have been speaking with various persons on this. In the studio, we have a former presidential candidate and social commentator, Victor Ohai, also speaking with us on developments out of Edo State. Victor, we're speaking behind the scene that the Edo State that we used to know, even at this time, you would have witnessed some incident, one way or the other, 2020, 2016. Of course, there were reports that came out of Edo State, but 2024 seemed to be different. What, from your perspective, could have informed the kind of difference that we have seen such a seamless process so far in Edo State?
Okay, so first of all, for the very first time, you're having not a 2-horse race. This time you're having a 3-horse race. And so if there's going to be any violence, it will be in the battleground areas where there are clearly two horses in the race, let me put it that way.
From there?
Yes, from there. But right now there are 3. So who exactly are you fighting? So to that extent, and I have to give a lot of credit too, because while we were watching earlier on, was it Alozie that was talking about, a truckload of security people?
Yes, that's Solomon Ajuse.
Solomon, yes, Ajuse. So what you see there is that show of force, that presence. Say, look, you try something, you get some, you see something, so to say, in the manner I was speaking. So that show of force, I listened to Frank Mba also speaking yesterday, spitting fire, threatening fire and brimstone to rain on anybody who, So all of that helps to a very large extent to just help, keep people at bay. Again, there was something, and you have to give this to the governor. No, not the governor, sorry, the IGP, where he, said the Edo Security Network, that's the vigilantes.
Yes.
They were disbanded and they were immobilized. Because usually they're armed. They were immobilized. They would have acted one way or another. There would have been clashes. So the fact that they've been immobilized and that only the security forces are in control has helped to a very large extent as well. Otherwise, we would have seen arms moving freely. Because there are a lot of them move around with arms. And any little thing can provoke violence. So some of these factors have helped.
Okay.
Yes, to mitigate to a very large extent.
All right, let's look at INEC now. Although, fine, it's too early to tell, but how would you gauge the performance so far, the professionalism, and also the fact that we've not heard of beavers malfunctioning in any of the centers? What are your thoughts on that one?
Well, I would say that a 24 or 25-year-old child, a person is no longer a child.
True.
INEC has come a long way. We have had consistent elections with the same electoral body since 1999. So this is 25 years down the line.
Okay.
And if they have not learned anything, then obviously there's something wrong with them. And some people started their careers there and some are retiring there. So experiences have been passed on. So there's quite a lot from election to election. Again, this is an off-cycle election. And what it simply means is that you would look for the best of the beavers, or make sure that they're functional, load them with the right information and take them to Edo State. You're not going, it's not like elections happening across the country. So You're going to make sure that your best men are on ground. You're going to make all eyes are on Edo, as a matter of fact.
Yes.
So it's not like their resources are stretched. No. So they have everything at their disposal to make sure that this works. So I expect that could have contributed to a very large extent.
Let's talk about the resilience of the people. We've seen quite a number of the elderly defying the odds because it's raining in major parts of the state, and some persons had to stay under the canopy. We saw when Solomon was showing us about the number of persons, trying to hide, get shelter from the rain. Talk to us about the resilience of the people to defy the rains, whatever it is, to come out to vote. What message do you think they are passing across? The elderly, too, coming out. In fact, at some point, when we spoke to Ikenna Mechi, he says that community is known for farming, and most people go to the farms, and they have said, you see, today like this, we are not going to the farm, we are rather going to cast our ballot. Okay. What is the message that these people are trying to pass across?
Clearly, like I said earlier on, it's no longer a two-horse race. There are three horses in this race. They are almost equally matched. Okay. And so if you had a match between, let me just mention two random clubs, say Coventry City and Man U, it won't draw as much attention. As if you put a Man U versus Man City or Man U versus Arsenal or Chelsea, traditional rivals. Okay. Because they are equally matched and the result is unpredictable, all the fans will go out there. You want to watch. Okay. But if you can predict what the result is going to be, then obviously I can tell that there's no candidate that is 100% sure, perhaps maybe for the first time, of winning outrightly. I don't see it going to another round, but anything is possible. So that's why everyone is out there, the fans, in this case, the voters and the supporters, everybody is out there to make sure that their team, their club, I'm using that loosely now, or their candidate wins. So you can't afford to sit at home. You can't afford to. You snooze, you lose.
Now, talking about keenly contested, do you see this going to the courts? Because two of these frontline candidates
are from the central.
Lawyers. Are you saying there's some sort
of
fireworks?
No, there's no way. The lawyers are like hyenas. They're waiting in the wings. When you people are finished fighting, we'll come and pick up the carcass after you. so the lawyers, obviously, there's no way. Nobody's going to concede. I can tell you that. No. They will not concede. They will go to court. They will go to court. They will battle it till the very end.
Especially the zoning issue, because two persons are from a particular...
No, zoning is not constitutional. It's a
gentleman's agreement.
It's not even like a gentleman's agreement. Otherwise, Akpata would not even be there. Right. It's just it's more for them like a moral issue. It's like, look, fair is fair.
Balance.
Yes, not necessarily balance, but the fact that look, Edo North and Edo South have been having it, all this while. So it's only fair, and that's in the governor's
It's a critical issue for most of them.
Yeah, I know, I understand that. So it's like saying, look, it's only fair that it should go to this route. So brothers are going to be up against brothers in Esan Land, in Edo Central, obviously, because you have the OMB people versus the Irua people, so, and then the Igwebe people are there in the middle. We won't say where each one will vote. That's today's election day, so we can't talk about it.
Yes.
So, but, as it were, the issue of zoning, like I say, is not in the party's constitution. It's not in Nigeria's constitution. So, but the people just feel, okay, it's fair. And they have brought up candidates, and the candidates are acceptable. They are evenly matched, almost, if you like. And so that's why there's much interest and why nobody can afford to. Various people have reasons for going into this.
Yes.
I mean, I'm talking about the supporters now. They have reasons. Everybody. There are those who don't want to see the candidate of the governor. There are those who insist the governor has done well enough,
let him continue.
And the person is bringing is good enough for them. Then there are those that are voting because, okay, look, I have a grounds with the governor, and anybody from him, like I was saying earlier on, The enemy of my enemy is what? My friend.
friend.
And the friend of my enemy is what?
My
enemy. So
leave it there.
I'll leave it there. That is what is going to determine the outcome of this election.
So at the end of the day, whoever emerges, what are those things that you think, you're from Edo State, what are those things that you think, talk about governance that is actually needed, that needs to be addressed immediately?
Okay, so Edo is, unlike very many other states, in the sense that the people that believe they're very politically aware and they're very enlightened. They may not have that much money, but they're very enlightened. And so whoever is going to govern them has to be sophisticated. The people will be demanding a lot. Road infrastructure has suffered in that state. I have to be very, very honest. I come from there, and issues of, if roads are bad, then obviously there are issues of security, because as you move along, if the road is bad, you can't drive as fast, and you can be a victim, and all that. So that suffers. Issues of industrialization. There are so many projects that are left hanging. A second airport, the seaports, and some other projects. I'm hoping that whoever comes in will take it from where the current administration has stopped, and then move on. But more importantly, we should do whatever, whoever is coming should do whatever I can to make Edo people want to come back home and stay rather than go out to abroad or to other parts of. Now
you said sophisticated. I didn't quite get that part. Sophisticated in what area?
In every sense.
Sophisticated based on cosmopolitan level, sophisticated education. What do you mean by that?
Educated, enlightened, and I told you about the issue of dignity. The average Benin man or Edo man, even if he's hungry, he will not call Malu brother because he wants to eat beef.
He won't compromise.
They would not. They would not. They would not.
So you're so sure that there wouldn't be an incidence of vote buying? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you can't rule out inducements. I mean, there are people who you offer, they will take it, but they might decide to do what they want to do. They're that sophisticated.
Okay. Interesting. Now, let's talk about the matter of, be it the matter of ideas, issues, politics of ideas and issues, because of what was seen leading up to the election. Like we mentioned earlier, there were those who said that there's so much tension, and there were statements made, flippantly, if I may use this word cautiously, here and there, and the matter of the issues were not being addressed. And so it was a concern, or it is a concern, how this is seemingly shaping a kind of democracy that we practice. We do more of now, is my son. So is my brother, is my father. And so they are not looking at statements coming out of persons who are vying for these kinds of position. Talk to us how this is shaping our democracy, and if it is possible for us to address it and go back to what it should be moving forward.
Well, one thing I can tell you for free is that this election may not be shaped strictly by ideologies or the issues. Because there are too many people with an axe to grind. And for them, it does not matter if you are the best person. I told you earlier on that what will shape this election is the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and the friend of my enemy is my enemy. Go figure. Okay? So there are those who will just say, look, if it's this person, I will not vote for him. It doesn't matter if he's the best person. There's that.
Because it's connected to someone.
Well, and then there are those who, and that's the elite now, who are listening to ideas and are saying, no, this is the best candidate. This will take us to El Dorado and all that. But whether they will come out to vote is another thing.
They constitute the majority?
The majority, exactly. So, and the grassroots will determine to a very large extent grassroots support. And the grassroots support in this case is not even it's not about the candidates. It's more about who controls. Politics, and hear me very carefully as I say this, politics is the one game where or where you see what I call math magic, where 1 + 1 can
it's
equal
not,
it's not always. It's never 2.
It's never 2.
It's never 2. And I will prove it to you in a minute.
Okay.
You know, the reason I say so is that when I talk about 1 and 1, I'll give you a classical example. For years, Buhari kept getting about 10, 11 million votes as one individual. And then when Tinubu, this is now leverage, where you punch above your weight, so to say. Now, use that fulcrum now, lifted. Tinubu's 3-point-something votes added to Buhari's own. That small one lifted the big one, and then they took a majority. 1 Tinubu, 1 Buhari, 2 people equals about 15, 16 million votes. Do you understand what I'm saying? But whereas all the while, so what clever politicians do is you don't go knocking door to door. What you do is you look for influencers, people who have the numbers. So you may just have 5 people and you can go and sleep. Those 5 will give you the numbers.
They'll do the job for you.
They'll do the job. So 1 + 1 can equal 300,000. It can equal 700,000.
All right.
So you look for those people who control the numbers, and when you get those numbers, you're home and dry.
Interesting. Now, let me just quickly take this story. The Nigeria Police Force says it has made a significant breakthrough in its efforts to curb electoral violence in Edo State with the arrest of 2 political thugs, namely Godwin Obaseki, 43-year-old, and Audu Tajuddin, a 41-year-old. Now, acting on a tip-off that some individuals had been armed to cause mayhem and disability during the election, the police operatives swooped into action and apprehended Obaseki, a leader of an armed group, at Oredo Ward 4 at about 9 p.m. and Audu Tajuddin at Igara Akoko Edo on the eve of the election. Upon searching the bags of their possession, 3 cut-to-size locally fabricated pistols were discovered on Obaseki, while 1 locally made gun was recovered from Tajuddin. The police and other supporting security agencies say they will not tolerate any form of violence or disorderliness during the election in Edo State. Now, the suspects are currently in custody and will face the full weight of the law. And these are the pictures on your screen showing you there. The police has walked its talk so far, making these kinds of arrests, and it says that it was based on intelligence, a report that they were able to, apprehend these persons. Now, talk to us from your perspective with regards to this matter, addressing where politicians are using political thugs to perhaps cause mayhem during elections. One would think that we would have weaned ourselves of all of these issues, but we're still seeing them very present with us. And how have we been able to manage them?
Unfortunately, our politicians will never learn. And sometimes, some of these thugs, interestingly enough, may not even have been hired by the politicians. I tell you how it works. I don't know about you, but leading up to some elections, I've had neighbors that we've lived very well together over the years. And suddenly, on account of people that we both may never meet in our lives, who don't even know who we are.
Right.
And then somebody just suddenly declares me an enemy.
Right.
Because we're on different sides. We have ideological differences.
Right.
You want to go this way, I want to go that way. And we suddenly stop talking to each other. It happens. And so you find situations where people take it upon themselves they just take the battle upon themselves, So that also happens. But politicians also do it. They sponsor, like the issue of, like I said, it's too early to say it's peaceful until the votes start coming in. When the votes start coming in and nothing happens, then we say yes. It was peaceful. What you have right now is a piece of a graveyard. It won't stop them from trying because they're desperate. They don't want to lose. There are 3 strong forces here, pulling, on all sides. No one wants to give in to the other, which was why I started hearing those threats, do or die, and all of that. can call them Freudian slips, but they came out.
Okay.
You know, so...
Now, looking at it, let's go back to what's leading up to today.
Yes.
You know, the kind of messages flying here and there, the rhetorics from all of these politicians. And you wonder, are we getting better or is it getting worse? And also, who would hold those politicians to account based on the kind of things they say? Some might say INEC has a right to, but your thoughts? You're a former presidential candidate, but what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, so first of all, human beings will always be human beings. What creates some sort of sanity and is that we have law right now. And when you have law enforcement and all that, that state of anomy is kept at abeyance. It's not like Americans are not prone to violence. We saw what happened in during the last election in the U.S., where people got violent and got, so these things are there. If you think you can get away with it, the politicians, they'll do anything for power, okay? If they think that they can get away with it. Twice, the American president has escaped assassination attempts. It's to tell you that it's a human thing. Twice within a month or barely 2 months, they have tried him, and I'm not Nostradamus, but I'm not sure they've given up yet. I don't know if any of those people were sent by any of the people we know, but there are just people who say, look, I don't want to see this guy. So it happens. But what we need is like what is happening right now, where the police, the military, and all the forces have gone there and said, we will not tolerate any form of violence. And then they do that open show of force, so that people know that, look, if you bring one, we'll give you 1,000.
But what is the price for decorum and integrity in our political space?
The price for it, or for the other,
No, for decorum, whereby there would be no issue of, you call him names, you bring him down, defame.
No, I'm confused with the word price, because that, if you say the price for it, it's peace. That's all I can say. But I'm not sure that's what you're...
That's what I'm saying.
So it's peace. It's peace at the end of the day, which is in everyone's interest. And in any case, you lose election today, it doesn't mean you can't win tomorrow. We've seen cases of people who have tried a couple of times, and eventually they emerge.
Well, how is it that most of our politicians don't see things from that perspective?
Exactly.
That it becomes such a situation where it's a do-or-die affair. We go through the processes of the courts for as long as possible, and then at the end of the day, the courts decide, and the people are feeling, we casting our ballots is no longer making a difference. It's now the courts that are deciding for us.
Okay, ordinarily, the courts help to create a sense of peace, justice, equity. Ordinarily should. But where judges appear compromised in terms of the kind of pronouncements that they make, and where some rulings are so apparently, people just feel that there's no justice in some of those rulings, whether on technical basis or whatever, then people begin to lose confidence. And if you lose confidence in the judiciary, which is the last hope of the common man, then it's a terrible situation. But that's all we have. It's all we can do. You just hope for the best, which is why we have the appellate system where if at one level you don't get justice, it will be reviewed at another level, and you still have the final level, which is the Supreme Court.
Okay.
And if you can afford it and you can go through all of that, hopefully at the end of the day, by the time you've gone through all that route, you might find justice along the way.
Yeah, because if you look at it, we had a former president who's still talking about, do or die. The other one actually said, the blood of Nigeria is not worth my ambition. Yeah. But why are our politicians not going the line of the other that said that, no, the blood of Nigeria is not worth my ambition?
Okay, so
instead, let's just tear each other down.
Yeah, okay, so it depends on who's talking. Is the blood of anybody really worth it? It's not. At the end of the day, what's the price? Let me go back to what you said now. If only we realize that, permit me to say this, all power comes from God. Yes, men will do the voting, but even the heart of man is in God's hands. Do you understand what I'm saying?
He can
sway it wherever he wills. So
wants.
sometimes you will just find surprises springing up. So it's still, power ultimately rests in the hands of God. It's not the best prepared. It's not the best, it's the most eloquent of speakers. You understand? It's not in how grand your strategy is, at the end of the day. All you can hope for is just do your best and let the people, decide. But not too many want to wait for that. And so they will do whatever they can to sway things. And some of the reasons are this. Maybe not in this election. But sometimes some incumbents may they may have something to hide, and they need somebody who will hide it effectively for them, who will protect their interests. In cases like that, it could be do or die.
And
do you
turn
understand?
to godfathers automatically.
So, and in other cases, some may have forgotten something there, which is they were there before, they want to go back there and get it. And in other cases, they want to go there and get their share, their loot. So
perhaps this is why some persons have said that we need to, as much as possible, not make political offices attractive.
Yes. No, so the word here, permit me, I want to play on words here. Don't make it attractive.
Another one.
Let's leave it there. It's okay.
Another one.
All right. Victor Ahai, who is a social commentator for the presidential candidate, thank you so much. You are still here. We will be handing over the baton to our colleagues, Ibrahim and Precious, who will be taking over from here. But that will be after the break. After the
very successful the saga.
For an exclusive 3-time skin effect, try Nivea Men Deep powered by black carbon. For 48-hour deep moisture, a fresh skin feel, and a long-lasting masculine fragrance. Make an impact with Nivea Men Deep Impact Body Lotion.
75 days since the last day of last season. We are ready to do it all again. Phil Foden is having the season of his life. Brilliant! Just brilliant! That is quite something!
Stay connected for all the football you want, starting from 5,100 Naira per month.
For an exclusive 3-time skin effect, try Nivea Men Deep powered by black carbon. For 48-hour deep moisture, a fresh skin feel, and a long-lasting masculine fragrance. Make an impact with Nivea Men Deep Impact Body Lotion.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking it.
Yaa Ashantewa was born on 17th October 1814 Bisiase, present-day Ghana. The daughter of Kwaku Ampoma and Atapo, her brother Afran Ipanin became the chief of Edweso, a nearby community. After a childhood without incident, she cultivated crops on the land around Boankra. She entered a polygamous marriage